Army. That's what they said. They have called the American Army very other names as well, which I will not utter on screen here. And this after the MOU has now been, that we can now say that is subsequently completely collapsed. Now this, Shivangi, we can now take this on this statement itself that the MOU that was struck in Islamabad and the further talks in Zurich has not come to force. And now we're also getting reports that Iran is also preparing for further retaliation after the funeral ceremony of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, their former supreme leader. We know that there has been a week-long ceremony that's being prepared for the final goodbye by the people of Iran. And we're also getting reports that they will now be finally responding back to these retaliatory attacks by the US and saying that this retaliatory actions will not go mute, will not remain unanswered. And they're saying that they will definitely come back on more aggression to this after the funeral processions and funeral ceremonies are over. Back to you, Shivangi.
That's right. I want to take a final response from Mr. Newman. Mr. Newman, I also want to ask you that we are still waiting for some reactions to come in from Israel. And since you're in Tel Aviv, would you tell our viewers how is Israel reacting to this escalation?
Well, Israel is not surprised. We unfortunately have had to be dealing with this regime now for over 50 years. And we understand who they are, what they want, and they view America as the great Satan, the big Satan, and Israel as the small Satan. So they've been going after us in order to stage one, to then go after America as stage two. So it's a sad state of affairs that we have to deal with evil like this in the world, but we've had to deal with evil like this in the past. Humanity deals with it, and then it will move on. But I expect us to be going through a choppy period in the upcoming months.
Right. I'm getting some more breaking news coming in, Mr. Newman. Let's go across to that. Iran says the Indian oil tanker turned back from Omani corridor in Hormuz. Iran says Indian oil tanker turns back from Hormuz. Indian tanker turns back from Oman corridor. Reports coming in. Okay, not a surprise because, Mr. Newman, we were just discussing that IRGC is saying that, in fact, I'll go to Amrita, my colleague, on this, Mr. Newman, and then I'll come across to you. Amrita, not a surprise. IRGC just told a few hours ago that they are controlling Strait of Hormuz. Now, Iran says Indian oil tankers turning back from the Oman corridor. Amrita.
That's right, Shivangi. I think with this latest escalation and war resuming back, Iran has once again tried to take a major stake, a major control over the Strait of Hormuz once again, as they did even during the onset of the war when it began in February, and also during the time while negotiations was also going on. Iran continued to maintain control over the Strait of Hormuz, and we know what were the consequences globally. The oil prices shot up even today after this news broke out. Oil prices shot up about 6%, and now in the latest, Iran has said that Indian tanker has been turned back in off the coast of Oman. We know that there are several other Indian flag tankers across the Omani Gulf, that's across this region near the Strait of Hormuz, in fact, and even Shivangi, just a few weeks ago, there have been various escalations of this Omani coast, which is another flashpoint. Now, this is just ahead of the Strait of Hormuz on the map, and now Iran is trying to stake claim over and their control over again, and by turning back an Indian oil tanker, Iran is once again claiming control of that region, and it remains to be seen how the Indian Ministry of External Affairs will respond to that, and this again raises serious questions and how its consequences will be felt across the globe once again. Shivangi.
That is right. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Amrita, and thank you, Mr. Terry Newman, Chairman, Public Directors of BINA from Tel Aviv. Thank you so much for joining us and decoding for us the escalation. And we have to move ahead, viewers, to getting some more updates coming in right here from Maharashtra. 14, we'll go to that breaking next. 14 trapped in building collapse in Maharashtra. In Maharashtra, building collapses in Pimpri Chinchwad. According to the information coming in, viewers, 14 persons are said to be stranded under the debris. Fire brigade officials have rushed to the spot and the rescue operations have already begun in this case. So there's a building collapse near Pune amid the very heavy rain. Remember, monsoon fury has hit Maharashtra, and because of that, we are reporting continuously from the ground, telling you about some of the mishaps which have been happening. So 14 are trapped in building collapse in Maharashtra, in Pimpri Chinchwad, near Pune. According to the information, 14 people are said to be stranded. Rescue relief operations have begun. You can see the visuals on your screen. The fire brigade officials have rushed to the spot and the rescue operations have begun. If you're watching a short break, do not go anywhere. War again in West Asia, Trump says. Ceasefire is over with Iran and calls Iranians liars and scums. President Trump calls Iranians liars, scum, sick people. This is one of the biggest updates we're getting for you in terms of the escalation. Stay tuned. We are live and breaking.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to listen to a scream. A scream coming from across the line of control. A scream coming from the tortured, hungry and angry people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And I want to tell them tonight, that we are with you. I want you to notice the genocide that is going on in Pak-occupied Kashmir. Ladies and gentlemen, Kashmiris are being massacred. There is an open genocide, non-stop firing, grenades being hurled as thousands of people, including women, children and elderly, continue to fight against the ISI regime. They had gathered in the Sardar Ghulam Hussain.
Much coming up, viewers. We are live and breaking. War again in West Asia. Trump says ceasefire with Iran is over. Calls Iranians liars, scum and sick people.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to listen to a scream. A scream coming from across the line of control. A scream coming from the tortured, hungry and angry people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And I want to tell them tonight, that we are with you. I want you to notice the genocide that is going on in Pak-occupied Kashmir. Ladies and gentlemen, Kashmiris are being massacred. There is an open genocide, non-stop firing.
War again in West Asia. Trump says ceasefire over with Iran. Calls Iranians liars and scums.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Shame on Meta. Shame on Mark Zuckerberg. Shame on every member of the senior management of Meta. Shame on the Indian bosses of Meta. And I'm not talking about some distant Silicon Valley scandal. I'm talking about what Meta is doing to children. I'm talking about what Meta is doing to our children. I'm talking about sexual abuse, pedophilia, and child pornography being encouraged by Mark Zuckerberg. I'm talking about the sexual abuse of toddlers, babies, 12, 13, 14, 15-year-old children, about them being sexually abused and turned into commercial products to make Mark Zuckerberg richer by one of the richest companies on earth, which is so greedy that they want to market, commercialize, algorithmically encourage such child sexual abuse material, CSAM, to pedophiles. Mark Zuckerberg, is this what it's come down to? A commercial exploitation to promote pedophilia. This is a very serious matter because Meta, earlier known as Facebook, the parent company of Instagram and Facebook, has once more been caught red-handed. This time it is for commercializing pedophilia. Let me repeat that in case you are struck by disbelief. Meta has been caught red-handed commercializing pedophilia. Child sexual abuse material is very, very concerning. It's CSAM. Now this child sexual abuse material or CSAM content is running on Instagram, which is commercializing pedophilia, isn't it? These are not some shady...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, a very good evening. We are live, we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. US President Trump says that the ceasefire is over. He is calling Iran scum, sick people, and says that he doesn't have any expectation. Big updates coming in. Escalation continues between Iran and US. We'll tell you everything you need to know, but the headlines first. Let's get started.
I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people.
War again in West Asia. Trump says ceasefire is over. Veteran calls Iranian liars and big scums.
What's your reaction on the recent US attacks on Iran, and why don't you fear that this will overshadow this summit?
Well, I think it was absolutely necessary.
NATO, meanwhile, backs US strikes. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte says strikes on Iran were absolutely necessary. Iranian Foreign Ministry says US strikes and ceasefire was grossly violated by the ceasefire. Republic investigation forces Meta to issue detailed India-specific response on child sexual abuse content available on Facebook and Instagram. Meta goes all defensive, refuses to take ownership for removal of child sexual abuse content after big Republic expose. Meanwhile, Republic continues to investigate in Meta child sexual abuse scandal after the social media giant refuses to take down disturbing content. Hello viewers, let's go and tell you and show you some pictures. That is right, Iran's pre-dawn retaliation as the IRGC answers US latest breach of the ceasefire. What is happening right now as we speak is very, very clearly an escalation between Iran and the US. You can see the pictures which have been posted, exclusive pictures which are coming in first on Republic TV, where we see that IRGC is holding these or firing these strikes towards US bases specifically. US-Iran strikes have resumed and both sides have accused each other once again. The blame game is back. I repeat, the blame game is back. Both sides have accused each other of violating the Memorandum of Understanding which was signed in June itself. The US launching strikes on Iran, Iran launching counter-strikes on US bases. Okay, let's go straight across to a guest who's joining us. Dr. Daniel Pipes, Middle East historian and strategic affairs commentator from Florida, USA. Thank you for joining us here. I want to come across to you and Doctor, and really understand, Dr. Pipes, that what exactly are we seeing on our screens? We see that both Iran and the US have stepped up attacks on each other. What happened to the MOU, Dr. Pipes?
The MOU was an almost complete capitulation by the United States government to the Islamic Republic of Iran. It's deeply unpopular in the United States. The president is aware that it is unpopular, and so therefore he has decided more or less to end it. Now, with Donald Trump, you never know quite what he's going to do next, but he has both officially ended the Memorandum of Understanding, the MOU, and also sent his negotiators to talk to the Iranians. So it's chaos, as it has been now in this war since it began in late February. It's complete chaos. The Iranian leadership, in contrast to Trump, is very determined. It's split, but it's very determined in its different ways. And the reason why the Iranian regime has not kept to the MOU, which by objective standards would seem to be a wonderful deal for it, is because there are elements, strong elements within the regime that wish to press further and get more advantage. There's a debate in Iran. Should they accept this excellent ending, or should we go for even more? And it looks like those who want to go for even more are determined to get it. I think it's a big mistake on the Iranian side, but don't ask me to predict what Donald Trump is going to do. Nobody knows, including himself.
Absolutely, but it is a big chaos, Dr. Pipes, like you are saying. I really wanted to hold on, Dr. Pipes. We're getting some more breaking news coming in right now for our viewers. UAE Presidential Advisor Anwar Gargash condemned Iran's attacks on Qatari and Saudi commercial tankers in Strait of Hormuz, along with repeated aggression against Bahrain and Kuwait, stating that these actions show Tehran remains incapable of committing to de-escalation and turning the page on war. He emphasized the Gulf Arab states cannot continue to serve as targets for Iran's wavering between escalation and the path of rationality, stability and peace. Okay, so we will be getting our viewers all these updates coming in. UAE is condemning the strikes, Iran attack on Qatar and Saudi tankers. Let's go back to Dr. Pipes, who's joining us. Dr. Pipes, once again, we see that when it comes to the Middle East region, we have seen some countries within the Middle East have condemned Iranian strikes. We have seen that earlier as well. Dr. Pipes, what I'm trying to ask you is that, is Iran only concerned with US bases in the Middle East, or do they have any other agenda in mind?
Oh, certainly a much grander agenda than pushing out American forces from West Asia. The Iranians wish to dominate the region and indeed the world. They have unlimited ambitions. So getting rid of American bases is just the first very small step towards that much, much larger goal.
Yes. Yes. Dr. Pipes, you're speaking about, I just want to go back to what is happening in the Middle East. Speaking about the funeral of the slain Supreme Leader Khomeini, that is also something that we will be talking about here on Republic TV. Do you think that it's a farewell of the Supreme Leader Khomeini, the former Supreme Leader, that is happening live as we speak? Or is Iran trying to send a geopolitical message to the region through Khomeini's funeral?
Well, both. It is both an emotional farewell from his few supporters, though they seem to be many because they've been pushed to be on the streets. It's also, more importantly, a statement of intent that we are not just as strong as he was, but we are stronger. And indeed, they are even more hostile to the United States and to Israel than Khamenei, the father, was. So it's a new regime, and it's one which has much smaller influence from the religious leadership and much more from the military leadership, the IRGC that you mentioned earlier. It is essentially a military regime at this point with a clerical overlay, a clerical window dressing.
That's right. Okay. Dr. Pipes, I really wanted to hold on for a second there. We're getting some reactions coming in from EU foreign policy chief. So we'll get to know what the EU is thinking about this. EU is saying that Iran's attacks on ships near the Strait of Hormuz violate its commitments under the Memorandum of Understanding, calling its attack on Bahrain, Kuwait unacceptable, and adding that EU foreign ministers will meet Gulf counterparts next Monday to discuss implementing the agreement and preserving freedom of navigation. Iran's strike on Bahrain and Kuwait unacceptable. EU foreign ministers to hold a meeting next Monday. Dr. Pipes, thinking about and getting EU back in the picture. The European Union has always asked for de-escalation. This is what they have been saying. In fact, when the MOU was signed between Iran and US, many EU nations said they will lift sanctions from Iran. But now, how do you see things progressing forward?
Well, I think the Europeans are unhappily going along with the United States because they want lower energy prices, and also because there is a NATO meeting as we speak in Ankara, Turkey, and they want to please Trump. They don't want to aggravate him. They don't want him to say, I'm finished with NATO, I'm pulling all American troops from Europe. So I think it's got both a larger and a smaller, more direct, immediate purpose, which is to appease Donald Trump.
That's okay. All right. Okay, Dr. Pipes, I really want you to hold on for a second there. We will talk about what's happening in Iran. Ground reports from Iran indicate that recent strikes have become far more intense and repeat up to 5 times larger than before, prompting expectations of a significantly bigger Iranian response once Khomeini's funeral ceremonies conclude. And strikes will become more intense. Iran saying that this is the beginning. After Khomeini's funeral ceremonies conclude, Amrita, I'm getting you in right now, our colleague from Republic Newsroom. Iran making it clear that after Khomeini's funeral is over, which is happening right now as we speak, things are going to get much worse in terms of strikes from Iran's side. Yes, Amrita, that's a warning coming in.
That's right, Shivangi. A big warning, and also a kind of a that we can expect that something that we can expect that this war resumption after about a few lull during the negotiation period might be even more intense than it was the last time. This is a big warning. Even though Donald Trump has said that Iran has decimated Iran's nuclear weapons, Iran's missile and the missile silos have all been decimated. Now Iran once again says that after the funeral ceremonies of the former supreme leader is concluded that they will strike more, and now they are saying that this strike will be 5 times more intense, and they are not backing down, which is even more concerning, because US has and NATO, the United States President is meeting with NATO allies even as we speak in Turkey, and they are also discussing about these things. And we know that recently, just moments ago, Pete Hegseth has turned back on a scheduled visit from Israel, going back to America, and saying that that's also in the preparation for such war deployment and how the US will be tackling these latest escalations. And now Iran is also not backing down, which raises a big concern. They're saying that, in fact, up to 5 times larger than before. How might that be? Because already with this latest escalation today, there have been severe consequences. The Strait of Hormuz remains blocked. It's de facto blocked, as we can say that just moments ago an Indian flag tanker has been turned back. And now with global oil prices now continues to shoot up, and with this 5 times more intense escalations, if it breaks out, the world watches as another region, as another war engulfs the region of West Asian war. More casualties definitely will be seen, and if possible, it may be right to avert it. But with Donald Trump's stance saying that MOU is now completely over, it raises a huge alarm, with Iran also not backing down, saying that they will be retaliating back once the funeral procession of their supreme leader is over. Back to you, Shivangi.
That's right. I also want to go back to Dr. Pipes on this. Dr. Pipes, I have so much to ask on this. But let's talk a little bit more about, Dr. Pipes, that what President Trump said. President Trump said negotiating is going on, negotiations are going on, but they are yielding no results. And he is also saying that Iran will continue making nuclear weapons. Iran has never said they will make nuclear weapons, but that's what President Trump believes is going to happen. And this is happening when both US and Iran were supposed to come down to details and understanding when it comes to uranium enrichment.
The Iranians have always denied that they're planning to build a bomb, yet their actions have been consistent with intending to build a bomb, an atomic or nuclear weapon. So the rhetoric coming out of Iran tends to be discounted by any serious analyst who says, look at what they're doing, not at what they're saying. But the nuclear aspect is only one dimension. Many believe that the original impulse was to overthrow the regime in Iran. That clearly did not happen, and indeed seems further away than ever, as the popular uprising that took place in December and January has been nowhere to be seen since the fighting began on February 28th. So the regime is in place, more determined, more hardline than ever.
Yes.
And Donald Trump is faced with this conundrum. What does he do when his action to end the war has failed, and now the prospect of his party losing even more in the November elections becomes ever more a prospect that he has to deal with?
Okay, that's right. Okay, I will stay with this, Dr. Pipes. Getting some more breaking news coming in for our viewers. In a statement on America's overnight strikes, Iran claimed it targeted 85 U.S. military sites in Bahrain, Kuwait, while declaring itself ready for decisive action in response to what it called U.S. violation. Now, Iran has said, Dr. Pipes, Iran has said that America is a bully. America is a bully. America likes to bend rules. This is something that Iran has been saying many times. In fact, Iran accused America of major violation of the Memorandum of Understanding and Adjustments agreed for the Strait of Hormuz, declaring that the era of bullying and extortion is over as tensions escalate following recent strikes. Big update coming in here, viewers of Republic TV. I want to go back to our guest, Dr. Pipes, joining us back. Dr. Pipes, we see that Trump has called Iranians lies, cheats, sick people, and Iran is calling President Trump and America a big bully. They said that America bullies, they like bending rules. Once again, we have gone back to name calling. Not the first time, it's happening again and again. Do you think, for now, diplomacy is dead, at least for now?
No, I don't think so. I think both sides continue to have an interest in it, though the distance between their positions is large and indeed getting larger. So it does not seem like diplomacy has a chance at present. It looks like there needs to be more war and more conclusions drawn from that war before one or the other side makes concessions. The first time around, Donald Trump made concessions. Will he do it a second time? Stay tuned.
That's right. Dr. Pipes, hold on for a second there. Let's talk about NATO. NATO is saying we will stand behind America. NATO Secretary General says 5,000 aircraft have flown from Europe to support military operations against Iran. This is what NATO is saying. And I want to come back to you, sir, Dr. Pipes, but I want to play out that statement first.
And when it comes to Iran, I know you're disappointed. We discussed it a couple of weeks ago. I would say these are isolated cases. 5,000 planes taking off from European airports in support of Epic Fury. It was Europe as one big platform of power projection for the United States, helping with Epic Fury, including countries you mentioned, Germany, from day one, France, and many others. We discussed the Bucharest airport, which was closed for a couple of days for commercial traffic because you needed it for Epic Fury. And they were
the United Kingdom wouldn't let us use the island for 2 weeks, so we had to fly back.
No, so I'm saying you're right, there are isolated
and
cases.
Italy was very bad, having to do with their bases, as you know, and a couple of others. So
but still, generally, 5,000 is huge. And you mentioned Spain. Even you got Spain to pay 2%. They made a huge step in last year. So there's still issues we have to solve. But hey, also even on Spain, I would say they go to the 2%. And when it comes to Iran, I know you're disappointed. We discussed it a couple of weeks ago. I would say these are isolated cases. 5,000 planes taking off from European airports in support of Epic Fury. It was Europe as one big platform of power projection for the United States, helping with Epic Fury, including countries you mentioned, Germany, from day one, France, and many others. We discussed the Bucharest airport, which was closed for a couple of days for commercial traffic because you needed it for Epic Fury. And they were
the United Kingdom wouldn't let us use the island for 2 weeks, so we had to fly back.
No, so I'm saying you're right, there are isolated cases.
And Italy was very bad, having to do with their bases, as you know, and a couple of others. So
but still, generally, 5,000 is huge. And you mentioned Spain. Even you got Spain to pay 2%. They made a huge step in last year. So there's still issues we have to solve. But hey, also even on Spain, I would say they go to the 2%.
Dr. Pipes, we heard what NATO said. That was Mark Rutte talking. And what exactly is happening between Trump and NATO? Because NATO is saying that the strikes were necessary against Iran. That's what he said. But in the past, Donald Trump has said he's very, very disappointed with NATO, saying that some NATO members are refusing to support U.S. military objectives. So what is the relationship between NATO and America, U.S. right now?
Well, Trump's attitude is that the Europeans are rich and they should pay much more for their own defense than they have been doing over the past, especially 3 decades. He has a point. It's correct. The Europeans have not invested in military as they should have. But at this point, what you see, what we now saw twice, is the head of NATO, the Secretary General, Mark Rutte, appeasing Trump, saying, look, we're making every effort, and Trump being still bristly and unhappy and wanting more. This is what that summit is about, is the Europeans, as led by Mark Rutte, saying, look, Donald Trump, we are doing what you wish. Please pay attention. Please be grateful. Please work with us. And he's saying, well, I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not happy. So it's a drama where Trump has the cards, as it were, in terms of being the key coordinate within NATO, and the rest of NATO saying, please, please, we're paying attention to you. We really care about you. We love you. And he's not convinced.
All right. Yes. So there is definitely a lot of to and fro between NATO and America as well, like Dr. Pipes is saying. Thank you, Dr. Pipes. This is a complicated relationship and a complicated situation evolving. But I have to go back to what is happening back here home. Ramesh Mahatre, I repeat, Ramesh Mahatre has been arrested by the Dombivli police. This is in connection with a shocking incident caught on camera. Shiv Sena cooperator Ramesh Matre and his associate allegedly assaulted 2 doctors, including a female doctor and 3 female nurses at the KDMC's Shastri Nagar Hospital and the incident has now stemmed from a dispute after doctors advised transferring a pregnant woman for delivery due to occupied NICU beds. Matre arrived with supporters, verbally abused staff and physically attacked them, while associates restrained security guards. Hospital nurses and staff were left in tears, prompting doctors and nurses to launch a work stoppage protest, halting routine services. Huge updates coming in here. Sena cooperator Matre has been arrested after much hue and cry. Revati, after much hue and cry, after many protests, finally action has been taken. Even the Maharashtra government had said that action will be taken. The cooperator who assaulted doctors, like we see on those screens, has been arrested. Big action taken. Yes, Revati.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, now the person who assaulted lady, a doctor and a doctor named Vaibhav in KDMC's hospital now has been arrested. After 24 hours of FIR was registered against him. But now, along with other 3, Ramesh Matre, who is the Shiv Sena Shinde-led faction corporator, is now arrested by the Dombivli police. He will be presented before the court tomorrow, which is by law before 24 hours. The accused needs to be presented before the court. The same procedure will happen, and now it will be important to see that what statement does he give, because in the morning while talking to the media, while addressing the media, he said that I can firmly say that I haven't touched any lady, because the lady doctor, Shushti, whose name is Shushti, she is like a daughter to me. So she is my daughter's age actually. So I can firmly say that I haven't touched her. So now it will be important to see that whether they will what does he state in his
absolutely, Revati. Revati, thank you for getting us all those details. Republic keeps you on top of every update coming in. I'm taking a short break, viewers. The big global headline: war back in West Asia. Trump says ceasefire is over, with Iran calls Iranians liars and scum, and Iranian call Trump a big bully.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अनीस, घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
Tonight, I would like to warn you that the situation in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir is becoming extremely grim. We are getting reports almost every day of the continuing butchery of the Munir army. Asif Munir has told his army and told the security forces and his rangers and the Pakistani army to sharpen their guns against unarmed civilians. Ladies and gentlemen, Asif Munir is planning and preparing for an even bigger bloodbath in POK. Just hours before the All or Nothing march called by the free people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir on 9th July, Asif Munir's army and the rangers are preparing to carry out another genocide. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, on the 5th of July, when thousands of Kashmiri men, women, children and even the elderly came out peacefully to participate with white flags. The Pakistan Army was surprised to see the numbers increase in Abbaspur, Rawalkot and Muzaffarabad. If you are watching this tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to tell you that this has become an unstoppable protest. These civilians are only asking for electricity and flour, that is atta, from the dams, electricity from the dams they themselves produce power from. What did they get in return? Live bullets, tear gas shells. Ladies and gentlemen, the park rangers and security forces opened fire on these unarmed civilians. Pakistan's forces opened fire. They didn't use tear gas, they used live ammunition on their own people. And things are potentially going to get worse because we know that at least 1,500 people have already been arrested. Omar Abdullah, Mehbooba Mufti, all these fake Kashmiri leaders, the people of POK are asking them to speak up for them, but they're looking the other way because Mehbooba Mufti needs the permission of the ISI to open her mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, she will not speak for Kashmiris. My dear viewers, a senior JAAC leader whose clips have gone viral, Sardar Aman Khan, has been forced to appeal. He says, should we...
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Shame on Meta. Shame on Mark Zuckerberg. Shame on every member of the senior management of Meta. Shame on the Indian bosses of Meta. And I'm not talking about some distant Silicon Valley scandal. I'm talking about what Meta is doing to children. I'm talking about what Meta is doing to our children. I'm talking about sexual abuse, pedophilia, and child pornography being encouraged by Mark Zuckerberg. I'm talking about the sexual abuse of toddlers, babies, 12, 13, 14, 15-year-old children, about them being sexually abused and turned into commercial products to make Mark Zuckerberg richer by one of the richest companies on earth, which is so greedy that they want to market, commercialize, algorithmically encourage such child sexual abuse material, CSAM, to pedophiles. Mark Zuckerberg, is this what it's come down to? A commercial exploitation to promote pedophilia. This is a very serious matter because Meta, earlier known as Facebook, the parent company of Instagram and Facebook, has once more been caught red-handed. This time it is for commercializing pedophilia. Let me repeat that in case you are struck by disbelief. Meta has been caught red-handed commercializing pedophilia. Child sexual abuse material is very, very concerning. It's CSAM. Now this child sexual abuse material or CSAM content is running on Instagram, which is commercializing pedophilia, isn't it?
I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people.
Liars, scum, and that they are sick.
Action on the recent US attacks on Iran, and why don't you fear that this will overshadow this summit?
Well, I think it was absolutely necessary.
NATO, meanwhile, backs US strikes. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte says strikes on Iran were absolutely necessary. Iranian Foreign Minister says that ceasefire MOU grossly violated, will hit back. Republic investigation forces Meta to issue detailed India-specific response on child sexual abuse content available on Facebook and Instagram. Meta goes all defensive, refuses to take ownership for removal of child sexual abuse content after big Republic expose. Meanwhile, Republic TV continues to investigate Meta child sexual abuse scandal after the social media giant refuses to take down disturbing content. Very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's start with what's happening in West Asia. Now, the European Union Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas has said that Iranian attacks on ships near the Strait of Hormuz violated the commitments under the Memorandum of Understanding, calling it attacks on Bahrain and Kuwait unacceptable, and adding that EU foreign ministers, the European Union foreign ministers, will meet the Gulf counterparts next Monday to discuss the implementing of the agreement and preserving the freedom of navigation. And that's the breaking news we have right now. We're getting in an update from European Union. We have OR Shaked joining us from New York right now. How do you see this development that's coming in as we see the war? The ceasefire has collapsed. It was anyway fragile, Mr. Shaked. And now the European Union also comes in and says that it's condemnable Iranian attacks on ships. NATO is also, this time at least verbally, backing Donald Trump.
Yes. So first of all, thank you for having me, and good evening and good morning from New York. So as far as the recent developments, I think that the recent statements made by Trump at the NATO summit in Turkey are largely performative. They do display Trump's growing dissatisfaction from the talks and some of the hurdles that were put along the way by the Iranians, by their consistent attacks on tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. But I don't necessarily see that as something that is like the deal breaker. If history shows, once Trump decided to really go to the path of negotiations in this 60-day period, he wasn't necessarily looking at other options and wanted to focus on that rather than kinetic strikes that were apparent before. So yes, it does reflect his growing impatience and dissatisfactions, but I really don't see that at that threshold of attacks, especially after the American response, that we see that as a complete break of the MOU. I think that the Iranians also responded in a performative way rather than something that means that this entire negotiation process is over.
Mr. Shaked, in fact, we also see that how the Middle East, the West Asian countries like Kuwait are also now facing strikes, and the world is now concerned as we see this right after this statement. The oil prices have jumped up, and now while we were waiting for some relief, it seems that we are bracing for a deeper crisis, isn't it, as far as the oil and energy supply is concerned?
Of course, I mean all of these Iranian aggression actions have, created an imbalance in the oil market once again. Don't forget that one of the things that the U.S. was caring for very much as part of this negotiation process with the Iranians is the ability to keep the supply chains normalized, just as it was before the war started in February. And at this point, it seems like there's diminishing returns as far as it pertains to the continuation of the negotiations. I also think that there are many things that need to be taken into account when the U.S. moves forward into the prospect of more kinetic strikes on the Iranian regime. And that, of course, has to do with the overall dissatisfaction that has been showed pretty consistently among the American public domestically as it pertains to the war. But if Trump can go ahead and make the argument that regardless of whether things escalate with Iran or not, kinetically, there would be problems economically in terms of the oil supply chain, then maybe that would strengthen actually the case to further its strikes on the Iranian regime.
All right. So just stay on with us, Mr. Shaukat. We have some breaking news also coming in. Now, UAE's presidential advisor Anwar Gargash has condemned the Iranian attacks on Qatari and Saudi commercial tankers in the Strait of Hormuz, along with repeated aggression against Bahrain and Kuwait, saying that these actions clearly show that Tehran remains incapable of committing to de-escalation and turning the page on war. He also emphasized that Gulf Arab states cannot continue to serve as targets for the Iranian wavering between escalation and the path of rationality, stability, and peace. So this is the situation that we saw just months back, and we again see that Iranian attacks. In fact, we see the presidential advisor saying that there is condemning this strike. We have some more updates coming in fact, right now. And the Iranian media has published the footage of Iran's pre-dawn retaliation as well. So we're going to show you that. Let's break that first. We have pre-dawn retaliation that is being, the footage of which that is being published by Iran as Iranian media. And IRGC answered the US's latest breach of the ceasefire. That's what that is Iranian media citing it to be. And this is the visual that is coming in courtesy Iranian media. Mr. Shaukat continues to be with us. Mr. Shaukat, well, Donald Trump's ceasefire agreement was already, under scrutiny. He was getting a lot of backlash. He continued to defend that. And there were many questions that were being raised already. Now, from the perspective of Donald Trump, do you feel that while he was very desperate to get an off-ramp, he's now just plunging into a deeper crisis and more troubled waters now? But do you think that still will there be any support for him?
Listen, I think that, as far as the administration goes, at least, there is still support for the negotiations. One of the things that Trump didn't mention in his series of statements from this morning is that he is withdrawing his envoys, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, from the prospect of negotiations. He said something like, and I'm paraphrasing, of course, that they're going to stay until the Iranians reach out to them. So it's very clear that he's still leaving the door for negotiations open, even if he wants the Iranians to approach him first. But I just don't see a scenario unless the Iranians really decide to make a severe attack that would attack many Gulf countries en masse, that would create potentially casualties, including American casualties, forces in the region. I just don't see a scenario in which this escalates back to a full-length war. Again, it really these things are fluid on the ground. It remains to be seen what's going to happen kinetically. But I just don't see at this point that we've quite reached the threshold that would allow Trump to say, I'm renewing this war. The attacks start right now. I just don't see that way.
Right. Yes, rightly put it out there, but just stay with us. We have more updates coming in. This is a statement that's coming from Iran. In fact, Iran has claimed that U.S. had targeted at least, in fact, Iran claimed that it targeted 85 U.S. military strikes in Bahrain and Kuwait, declaring itself ready for decisive action in response to what it called U.S. violations. Now, here's a situation, viewers, where we saw Iran. There were talks about reparations for the damage that has already been done. But here we are, where Iran is saying that it's going to strike back and it's hitting the military sites in Kuwait, in Bahrain. And they have said that there is no hold-bars attack now. And anyone who would be seemingly assisting United States will be dealt with. So that's the breaking news we have right now. IRGC joint strikes, jolting 85 U.S. military strikes in Kuwait and Bahrain. These are the revenge operations, they call it. And we have Bahrain, Kuwait on target of Tehran. U.S. strikes tested last night. More than 80, in fact, targets were hit by Iran. I beg your pardon, hit by the United States in Iran. And now, viewers, after the U.S. waves of strike, you have Tehran vowing to hit, and it claims that it has in fact hit. And Mr. Sharkit, Iran says the era of bullying and extortion is over. It also says that it's going to not allow or not spare anyone who is seemingly who would be assisting United States in this. Iran, what does Iran right now have to retaliate? It is already we've seen that has incurred a lot of damage too. But you feel that how far this war can go for Iran also?
Well, just to react to the statement made by the Iranians, I find it rich that the Iranian regime claims that the area of bullying is over, given the fact that they were the ones that were the bully of the Middle East, as Trump stated time and again, creating chaos in the region, attacking all of its presumed allies in the region. I speak, of course, of all of the countries that you just mentioned and more, in a series that saw maybe 15 countries altogether in the region and elsewhere attacks among its Arab neighbors. It's just amazing to me that they go ahead, create unprovoked attacks in the Strait of Hormuz, go ahead and attack Arab countries, and then go ahead and claim to be the victim. So if there is any bullying happening, it is happening by the illegitimate Iranian regime that has not only bullied its neighbors, but also killed more than 40,000 of their own people for their own political gains. And again, it just goes to show what Prime Minister Netanyahu mentioned yesterday, and rightfully so, and that is that the Iranian regime cannot be trusted. I mean, if they are acting this way throughout these series of negotiations with the United States, which were legitimate good faith efforts by the American administration to try to reach understandings with the Iranian regime, how are they going to be trusted in any framework if it is ever established to maintain, to restrain itself, to not attack allies, to not support proxies, to not develop nuclear weapons, to not further develop their ballistic missiles arsenal? I mean, all of these things and more are ironclad promises in the negotiations if this framework ever takes place. But in this preliminary stage, we are already seeing such egregious violations by the Iranian regime toward its neighbors, toward the assets in the U.S. assets in the region. Then it's very clear that this is not steering into the right direction.
Absolutely. Well, just stay on with us because we are getting in some ground reports also, viewers. These are the reports coming in from Iran that indicate that recent strikes have become far more intense, up to 5 times larger than the earlier ones, prompting expectations of a significantly bigger Iranian response once Khamenei's funeral ceremonies conclude. So that's another message that has been sent out by Iran. Well, Mr. Sharkit, we see that how there is the funeral that is in its final stage. Today is the a day when they are taking the funeral procession to the Shia Imam's shrine, Prophet Muhammad's son-in-law, Imam Ali, and it will be back tomorrow to Iran for the burial. But do you expect that Iran would be hitting harder as it's avowing to? Because this is a situation that is evolving as we speak, and even bigger strikes now being reported.
I think it's fair to say that there's a connection between the two events that you just highlighted. I think that the Iranian regime wants to send a message that it is strong, despite the passing of its leader, of its previous leader, of course, the Ayatollah Khamenei. And it just goes to show that, again, like this regime has no restraints, and they are willing to do whatever it takes to reassert their dominance in the region that was significantly diminished thanks to the respective operations of Roaring Lion and Epic Fury by the Israelis and the Americans. The Iranian regime is now militarily weakened, but if given the chance, I have no doubt that they will do whatever that needs to take place in order to regain their military capacities and basically reinsert themselves, as I stated earlier, as the bully of the Middle East. And it is just up to, the U.S. as the global superpower and the global leader to take the helm and see the facade that the Iranians are trying to make while they're trying to regain themselves. I mean, again, like you don't need to look further than some of the things that happened in the past 12 or 15 hours to understand that there's a problem here. And I think that there are some things, unfortunately, as much as I would love to have everything, buttoned and tied up in rounds of diplomatic negotiations, it appears that there are some things that can only happen kinetically. And it appears as if the Iranians are not able to restrain themselves, trying to pounce their chest and show that they're back being the bully of the Middle East. Then we're going to see more and more kinetic activity in the near future. It doesn't mean that the Americans want the negotiations to die out, but it does mean that the Iranians need to conduct themselves constructively in order for these negotiations to continue.
Right, just stay with us. We also have my colleague Amrita bringing us some more latest details. Viewers, in fact, an Indian oil tanker has now turned back from the Omani corridor in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran said that Indian oil tanker has turned back, given the situation that is now evolving. Amrita, my colleague, joins us live on the broadcast from the newsroom. Amrita, tell us what details are you picking up as far as the tanker is concerned, because this is an Indian oil tanker which Iran has now reported that it has now turned back.
That's right, Rakshita. Iran has now confirmed that an Indian-flagged oil tanker has been turned back that happened off the coast of Oman, as it looks like that Iran is positioning itself to stake claim of control over the Strait of Hormuz once again, as it has before. Because we know that during the negotiations period and talks were going on, while the Iranian delegations and U.S. delegations were called to Islamabad and Zurich, during that time Iran continued to stake claim over the control in the Strait of Hormuz region, and after the memorandum of understanding was struck between the two nations, one of the main agenda was for Iran to set free and free flow of navigation around this region. And now with this latest escalation and airstrikes resuming back between both of these nations, now Iran has once again taken a big stance. Now an Indian flagged tanker has been turned back, and this, it looks like, Rakshita, that Iran is trying to position itself and to control over the Strait of Hormuz once again, because that region, in fact, Iran is very close to Iran Peninsula, and Iran has continued to maintain control over the region since the 4-month-long war, since it began. And once again, with this latest developments, Iran is continuing to do that, as it seems. Back to you, Rakshita.
Hey, thanks for joining us with details coming in on that story. Thank you so much, Amrita, and thank you so much, Mr. Shaukat, for joining us. In fact, we have breaking news coming in. We can, in fact, go across to Amrita on that. This is the International Maritime Organization, the Secretary General of IMO, condemning the new attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz. If you can just give that statement, if you could just give the details of what the organization has said. Amrita, over to you. Over 6,000 seafarers are stranded in... Yeah, please go ahead.
Almost 6,000 seafarers are stranded now in the Gulf region as the strikes resume. Now the strike that has happened, there has been no chance, there have been no chance or opportunity for the seafarers that are out at sea. And now we're getting reports that now almost 6,000 seafarers are stranded in the Gulf of region. And we're getting report that the International Maritime Organization has flagged this. And in fact, the International Maritime Organization Secretary General has condemned a new range of attacks between US and Iran, and also the attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz. And the Secretary General has called for maximum restraint, at least at the high sea, and called for de-escalation as well on this, Rakshita. And also the IMO chief also urged restraint, saying that there are almost 6,000 seafarers still remaining stranded. And as of now, we don't know how these seafarers will be called back home. And this combining of all of the nations from different nations. In fact, the latest advertising.
Right, Amrita. Many thanks for joining us with details. That's all the time we have, viewers, on this edition. But we continue to bring you the latest updates coming in from West Asia as Trump says the ceasefire is over, and we see the retaliation that's coming in from Iran as well.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to listen to a scream. A scream coming from across the line of control. A scream coming from the tortured, hungry and angry people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And I want to tell them tonight, that we are with you. I want you to notice the genocide that is going on in Pak-occupied Kashmir. Ladies and gentlemen, Kashmiris are being massacred. There is an open genocide, non-stop firing, grenades being hurled as thousands of people, including women, children and elderly, continue to fight against the ISI regime. They had gathered in the Sardar Ghulam Hussain Khan Stadium in Abbaspur wearing white flags. Ladies and gentlemen, we saw these pictures from Sunday. While they have flags of peace, they are being shot on and they are being killed. They are being butchered by Asif Munir. The people of POK are only asking for rations. Asif Munir is giving them bullets. The people of POK are asking for food. They are asking for electricity. In turn, they are being killed by the dozens. They are asking for medicines. They have done nothing wrong. There is a complete shutdown of supplies for the people of POK. And Asif Munir has said that these people must face gunfire instead. And while all of this is happening tonight, I want to ask you, Mehbooba Mufti, are you deaf? Are you blind? I want to ask you, Omar Abdullah, are you deaf? Are you blind? I want to ask you, Mirwais Omar Farooq, who does not even have the guts to say that the ISI killed his own father. Mirwais Omar Farooq, are you deaf or are you blind, or are all three of you pretending to be deaf and pretending to be blind? Ladies and gentlemen, the Tukre brigade is also quiet. Those people who said Kashmir ki azadi tak. Today, I want to ask the members of the Tukre gang, including Kanhaiya Kumar and all the other honorary and dishonorable members of the Tukre gang, do you not hear the screams and the cries of the people of POK who are being butchered as of this minute? See the absolute hypocrisy, viewers. These same frauds last week were saying, we must sit and talk to Pakistan. We must find ways to give Indus.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
Shame on Meta. Shame on Mark Zuckerberg. Shame on every member of the senior management of Meta. Shame on the Indian bosses of Meta. And I'm not talking about some distant Silicon Valley scandal. I'm talking about what Meta is doing to children. I'm talking about what Meta is doing to our children. I'm talking about sexual abuse, pedophilia, and child pornography being encouraged by Mark Zuckerberg. I'm talking about the sexual abuse of toddlers, babies, 12, 13, 14, 15-year-old children, about them being sexually abused and turned into commercial products to make Mark Zuckerberg richer by one of the richest companies on earth, which is so greedy that they want to market, commercialize, algorithmically encourage such child sexual abuse material, CSAM, to pedophiles. Mark Zuckerberg, is this what it's come down to? A commercial exploitation to promote pedophilia. This is a very serious matter because Meta, earlier known as Facebook, the parent company of Instagram and Facebook, has once more been caught red-handed. This time it is for commercializing pedophilia. Let me repeat that in case you are struck by disbelief. Meta has been caught red-handed commercializing pedophilia. Child sexual abuse material is very, very concerning. It's CSAM. Now this child sexual abuse material or CSAM content is running on Instagram, which is commercializing pedophilia, isn't it? These are not some shady links.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good evening, viewers. You're watching Republic. I'm Chongtham Amrita, and in a major escalation today, Donald Trump has declared an end to the ceasefire between US and Iran, and war has resumed once again in the West Asian region. And now there have been various airstrikes that have been flown between the two nations, with several areas struck once again. This on the heels of the former Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's funeral still going on in Iran, and as the NATO summit is also going on in Turkey. The latest that we're tracking as it has sent global oil prices shot up once again. Tracking all of this and more, but first take a look at the headlines.
I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people.
War again in West Asia. Donald Trump says ceasefire over with Iran, calls Iranian liars and scum.
Your reaction on the recent US attacks on Iran, and why don't you fear that this will overshadow this summit?
Well, I think it was absolutely necessary.
خیلی وحشتناک بود.
NATO meanwhile backs US strikes. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte says strikes on Iran were absolutely necessary. Iranian Foreign Ministry US strikes says ceasefire MOU grossly violated. Republic investigation forces Meta to issue detailed India-specific response on child sexual abuse content available on Facebook and Instagram. Meta goes all defensive, refuses to take ownership for removal of child sexual abuse content after big Republic expose. Meanwhile, Republic continues to investigate in Meta child sexual abuse scandal after the social media giant refuses to take down disturbing content. Viewers, we begin with a major breaking story that's coming in. An important meeting has been set regarding the Maharashtra-Karnataka border dispute that took place today. Sharad Pawar and Eknath Shinde have met on this today. After 19 years, Sharad Pawar came to Vidhan Sabha, and Sharad Pawar, Narayan Rane, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde along with Deputy Chief Minister Sunetra Pawar, they are all present at this key crucial meeting. And viewers, this particular meeting that's being taken place today, this is regarding the border issue which is currently underway of Karnataka and Belgaum. Now, the Chief Minister assured that the best teams of lawyers will be deployed in this case, and on the border issue, government has called a high-level meeting with Sharad Pawar as well on this. A crucial meeting that's taken place between Sharad Pawar and Eknath Shinde as well. This is regarding the Karnataka and Maharashtra border dispute, and in the latest, the various, including the Chief Minister, are also present at this key meeting that's being taken place right now as we speak. And Sharad Pawar and Eknath Shinde have met, and this after 19 years, Sharad Pawar has come back to the Vidhan Sabha. And in this key meeting, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is also present, along with Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Sunetra Pawar are also present in this. I'm now joined by my colleague Revati, who has more details in this. Revati, this is a very significant meeting that has taken place, and this is regarding the discussion of the Karnataka and Maharashtra border dispute as well. And now we are seeing key personalities there, including Sharad Pawar and also the Chief Minister present with both of the Deputy Chief Minister along with him. So what are the discussions going to be mostly focused on? Can you tell us more on that, Revati?
Right, as we all know that there's a big dispute within the borders of Maharashtra and Karnataka, as well as within the borders of Maharashtra and Belgavi, and the issue is pending from last many years, and also there's a discussion about it as to which village should be included within the state of Maharashtra and which and others in the state of the respective states of Karnataka and Belgavi. And regarding the same, a high-level meeting happened in Vidhan Bhavan today under the chairmanship of CM Devendra Fadnavis, and the meeting was also attended by both the Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Sunetra Pawar. Along with that, after 19 years, mind you, after 19 years, Sharad Pawar also entered the Vidhan Bhavan and he also attended the meeting. It's been many years that this dispute is unsolved. So at this particular high-level meeting, CM Devendra Fadnavis assured that a good team of lawyers will present the state government side in the court. So now it will be important to see that who is heading the lawyers team, and also Sharad Pawar is a veteran leader and the senior most leader who has been addressing this particular border issue from last many years. When he was the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and now he's also attending the meetings which is chaired by the CM Devendra Fadnavis. Over to you.
That's right. Thank you so much for all of those details, Revati, and a very crucial meeting that's taking place there, and we'll continue to track the story. Now, viewers, we move on to another story that's happening in Turkey. Now, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte is set to hold a news conference in Ankara very shortly, and he will discuss and deliberate on the latest developments, especially with the latest escalation and airstrikes between US and Iran. Once again, NATO General Secretary Mark Rutte, he has in fact previously said that the airstrikes that US has conducted in Bandar Abbas earlier today was absolutely necessary, and it seems that NATO is going to back Donald Trump this time. Earlier, when Donald Trump called for support in the escalating war in the West Asian region, all NATO allies has said declined to that, saying that they would not be engaging in the war, saying that it is not their call. And now there has been a complete U-turn from the NATO General Secretary General, saying that the airstrikes are in fact absolutely necessary. This is happening in the NATO summit that's taking place in Ankara in Turkey. And NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte is set to hold a press conference as well on this. And viewers, we also have esteemed guest joining us today from Tel Aviv, Ori Goldberg, a political analyst. Thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast, Mr. Goldberg. And my question to you that now I'd like to know from you, the NATO summit that's taking place in Ankara, where Donald Trump is also present, he has held talks with Mark Rutte as well. And earlier today, we've heard that Mark Rutte said that it is absolutely necessary, the airstrikes against Iran. And what steps do you expect the NATO to take place this time? Because earlier we knew that NATO did not back Donald Trump on these airstrikes, saying that it is not their war. And now with this latest statement from Mark Rutte, do you think that NATO will be backing Donald Trump once again if this war continues or resumes?
I highly doubt that this war will resume at high intensity. The host of this NATO summit, President Erdogan of Turkey, is a close Iranian ally, and the notion that he would be on board with returning NATO forces to fight against Iran, or even persuading Trump to resume the fight, seems slightly off-kilter. From what I understand, there have been new developments over the past hour that have so far stopped the resumption of hostilities. We may witness a few rounds of mutual firing on targets inside Iran and on American bases in the Persian Gulf. I would severely doubt the return to a full offensive, certainly not the return to an Israeli offensive. Still, nothing has significantly changed. Nobody wants to fight this war. Trump is somewhat irate about the scenes from Khamenei's funeral, because he was told that once the late supreme leader was assassinated, the Iranian public would take to the streets and remove the Islamic Republic. And we've seen an unprecedented display of loyalty to the Islamic Republic over the past few days. I think that Trump needs, as the Americans say, a timeout, which President Erdogan will only be too happy to grant him. Sycophants like NATO General Secretary are completely irrelevant. It's Trump who calls the shots. I highly doubt Trump will resume this war.
But Mr. Goldberg, the strikes have already resumed, with Iran now saying that after the funeral ceremony is over, the week-long funeral ceremony of the former supreme leader, saying that this will be, the retaliation now will be more intense, 5 times more intense than the previous one. This is a major concerning statement that's coming in, because Iran is not backing down, saying that after the funeral ceremony is over, they will be launching even more intense attacks. How can you say that this latest escalation will not result in a full-on scale or full-on war?
The fact that we've seen strikes resume does not mean a return to full-scale war. It does not even mean a return to half-scale war. In the Middle East, you communicate sometimes through gunfire, and I think that's exactly what we're seeing here. Again, Iran has absolutely no reason to stand down. Iran was promised various things in the MOU, the famous Memorandum of Understanding, including stable sanctions relief. If Iran can trust the United States only as long as a few days then Iran has absolutely no reason to trust that the United States will stand by its words now unless it provides some kind of significant collateral. Trump knows this. It's the easiest thing in the world for Trump to order his forces to fire and strike inside Iran, but he has so far limited the scope of these strikes in a very clear way. And I don't think, it's my understanding, that he's signaling to the Iranians that they need to find a way that would save face for both sides in order to return to negotiations. Again, absolutely no doubt, the Americans don't want to fight this war. Nothing has changed in the American situation. The Iranians still hold the upper hand. The Americans can only continue this war, can only resume a full-scale war if they mount a ground invasion. The chances that Trump, at this moment in time, with his sinking popularity in the United States, with the intense criticism that he's receiving even from his own Republican Party, will order a ground invasion of Iran, which is an endeavor that you can begin, but you have absolutely no way of knowing how it will end. The chances that this will happen are very close to zero, if not completely negligible.
That's right. You may be right on that, Mr. Goldberg, but I request you to stay with us because we have another breaking news coming in at the moment, and I'd like your insights on that as well. Now, the latest that we're tracking, Iran has accused America of major violations of the Memorandum of Understanding and adjustments agreed for the Strait of Hormuz. It declares that the era of bullying and extortion is over as tensions escalate following recent strikes. And now, with that, I'd like the initial reactions from our guests as well. Mr. Goldberg, your initial comments on that. Iran has accused U.S. of violating the ceasefire, saying that the era of bullying and extortion is over. What do you think they mean by extortion specifically on this? And U.S. has also said that Iran has violated the Memorandum of Understanding. So we are seeing both sides exchanging allegations over the violations of the ceasefire. But who is keeping check on that?
Iran is doing exactly what I just said it would do. It has absolutely no reason to trust the United States. And the United States is performing extortion on Iran by saying, if you don't fold, if you don't accept the new demands we're making above and beyond the scope of the MOU, then we will continue to strike in Iran. That's extortion.
Right. Do stay with us, Mr. Goldberg. We have a big breaking news coming in at the moment. This is live visuals of a collapse, of a building collapse that's happening. Live visuals of a collapse, of a building collapse that's happening in Delhi. That's right. That's in Delhi, and live visuals. Another example, another evidence of civic apathy. Once again, viewers, there we can see several rescue operations being carried out. We are seeing a team of ambulances also reaching the spot. We can see security personnel as well trying to evacuate a major rescue operation being carried out there.
मैं ये बताना चाहूँगा कि ये 4 मंजिल इमारत थी और 1 साल से बन रही थी और बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से बन रही थी। अनफॉर्चुनेटली ये हमारे दोस्त की है और ये आज हमने देखा तो ये बिल्डिंग पूरी डैमेज हो गई। 4 मंजिला बिल्डिंग थी ये और ये पूरी डैमेज हो गई और मेरे दोस्त के फादर अभी मिल नहीं रहे हैं। पता नहीं बिल्डिंग के अंदर है या क्या है, समझ नहीं आ रहा। कितने लोग दबे होने की आशंका है? कितने बजे की घटना है? मेरी नॉलेज में ये कि 1 लोग तो डेड कर गए हैं जिनका नाम राम है और दूसरे 3 से 4 लोग फंसे होने की आशंका है और उनके फादर जो मेरे फ्रेंड है उनके फादर राम जी हैं वो भी नहीं मिल रहे। कितने बजे घटना हो? ये घटना लगभग 2-2.5 घंटे पहले की है। 2-2.5 घंटे जी।
अभी हालात क्या हैं? क्या यहाँ पर रेस्क्यू चल रहा है? क्या
हालात ये है कि हमने दोनों तरफ से जेसीबी बुला ली है, दोनों तरफ से जेसीबी लगा दी है। जेसीबी लगातार हटा रही है मलबा। हो सकता है हमारी किस्मत अच्छी हुई तो हो सकता है फादर साहब भी बच जाएँ।
That's right, viewers. What you're seeing is a building collapse, a 4-story building that collapsed in Delhi's Rohini Sector 16 area, and fire services have been alerted and they are continuing rescue operations. As after the collapse of the building, several may have been trapped inside of it, and we're getting reports that the building was reportedly very old and also it was undergoing some construction work, and their investigations will reveal how and the particular collapse occurred. And we're getting reports that it was a very old building and there was construction work as well, and during the collapse there may be some people who were inside and they may be trapped while the building collapsed. This is a 4-story building and took place in New Delhi's Rohini Sector 16 area, and on that collapse, the fire department have been notified and took place around 2 hours ago, and now we can see several rescue operations being carried out as well. Fire tenders have been rushed to the spot. We can see a bulldozer in the distance trying to excavate the heavy debris that may have covered and fallen upon if there are any humans or any people that was trapped inside. We can see a few hands as well there on your screens. We can see a few hands waving, and in fact there may be people trapped inside, and rescue operations are trying to excavate and pull out these heavy debris of the building and pull out these people who may be trapped. This is a major tragedy that has occurred once again, and how the particular collapse happened investigation will reveal, but so far this is the latest. A building has in fact collapsed in New Delhi, and several people may be trapped. We can see one hand that was waving, and well, with all of these fire tender services and rescue operations underway, that we can see that people may in fact be rescued and pulled out on time, although time is of the paramount right here. And we can see a bulldozer being excavated and pulling out debris as well. There's a heavy construction material. And now we're also getting reports that the building was in fact very old, and some construction and repair work was also being done on the building. I'm also joined by my colleague Sarthak on the phone line to give us more information on this. Sarthak, do tell us, how was the building collapse? How did it collapse, and how was the situation before that? We're getting reports it was an old building, but we're also getting, we're seeing visuals, in fact, right now that there are also people trapped inside. Tell us more in this particular tragedy that occurred in Delhi.
Well, Amrita, there is no official confirmation as to why the building got collapsed. It is being suggested that it was a multi-story building in sector 16 of Rohini, and due to heavy rain, the building got collapsed. There were some construction issues with the building. It's a similar kind of situation that happened a few weeks ago in Mehrauli, where a 5-story building got collapsed. So at this point, the reports are coming in that some people are stuck under the debris, and the rescue operation is still ongoing. All the rescue teams have arrived, and some people are stuck under the debris. This is something that is being suggested by the locals over there, and the reports are also coming in that people are stuck inside the building. What was the actual reason of the building collapse? Were there any construction issues? Were there any maintenance issues with the building due to which the building got collapsed? Because it seems very unrealistic for a building to collapse due to heavy rain or storm. It doesn't make any sense with that regard. We are still trying to fetch more details in this, but at this point, what we know of, some people are stuck inside the building. They are stuck under the debris, and the rescue operation is ongoing. Amrita.
Right, and can you tell us more about the rescue operations as well? Because it looks like a heavily residential and dense area. Are there any other structures that could face similar trap? Because we are seeing that this was an old building, and if it was, then there may be other buildings as well. And it is important to notify and check if there would be any structural lapses as well. Could you tell us more of the residential area of the neighborhood as well?
Well, Amrita, as I said, the heavy police deployment is over there. The NDPS team is also over there. The rescue operation is ongoing, and it is being suggested that it was an old building, but how old was it? This is something that we are trying to find more details on, because this entire area, all the buildings over there are pretty much of the same age. So if one building could collapse due at the same risk. So how old was the building, and what was the actual reason for the building collapse? This is something that we are trying to get more details on. It was a construction building, and there were some construction issues due to which the building got collapsed. So how many people have actually suffered injury? Are there any deaths involved over there? have any people been rescued so far? We are trying to find more details on that, but what we know of, the rescue operation is ongoing and some people are still stuck under the debris. Amrita.
That's right, Sarthak, do continue to find all of those details, and we can see that people are still being trapped inside, and in fact it's a good sign that the people are still waving towards the people for help, and they are in fact raising sounds as well. And this, we can see that 4 fire tenders have been rushed to the spot and carrying out rescue operations. There's a man, or possibly could be a woman, who is trapped there and raising their hand and still signaling that they are still inside, trapped and awaiting rescue evacuation efforts as well. Right, viewers, as we continue to track of the Delhi building collapse, we'll get all of the details on how the building had collapsed and how many are still trapped as rescue operations continue to take place, and several are being expected to be rescued in due time. We're tracking all of this, but after a very short break. Coming up.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े,
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University. Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से, MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
Ladies and gentlemen, to understand the real reasons behind the controversy over, the unending controversy over the Ram Mandir corruption case, about the corruption in the Ram Mandir, about the theft that happened within the Ram Mandir, you need to read the article of the great public intellectual, journalist and activist S. Gurumurthy. Now he makes a few points, I'll try and summarize. The main point, and I love the way Gurumurthy ji hits it, the hammer, very clearly when he says this is all about the Uttar Pradesh elections. He makes it quite clear that the whole reason for this building controversy over the Ram Mandir about how many crores of rupees was stolen by some low-level employees there, he says this cash theft is dominating the national headlines simply because of the Uttar Pradesh elections. Because, and he says, and I quote, the theft has miraculously transformed the erstwhile opponents of Ram Mandir into ardent devotees chanting Jai Shri Ram. And he's completely right. Then he says the Congress party, which boycotted the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, dispatched a 9-member high-level delegation. Arvind Kejriwal, who boycotted the 2024 Mandir ceremony, has undergone, according to Mr. S. Gurumurthy, instant metamorphosis into a Ram Bhakt, declaring that this theft has pained all Sanatans.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Shame on Meta. Shame on Mark Zuckerberg. Shame on every member of the senior management of Meta. Shame on the Indian bosses of Meta. And I'm not talking about some distant Silicon Valley scandal. I'm talking about what Meta is doing to children. I'm talking about what Meta is doing to our children. I'm talking about sexual abuse, pedophilia, and child pornography being encouraged by Mark Zuckerberg. I'm talking about the sexual abuse of toddlers, babies, 12, 13, 14, 15-year-old children, about them being sexually abused and turned into commercial products to make Mark Zuckerberg richer by one of the richest companies on earth, which is so greedy that they want to market, commercialize, algorithmically encourage such child sexual abuse material, CSAM, to pedophiles. Mark Zuckerberg, is this what it's come down to? A commercial exploitation to promote pedophilia. This is a very serious matter because Meta, earlier known as Facebook, the parent company of Instagram and Facebook, has once more been caught red-handed. This time it is for commercializing pedophilia. Let me repeat that in case.
Ever, and maybe it isn't. Sometimes with war, and you study war, and I've studied it so long, for years, long before I did this, sometimes it's when it gets the worst. And I don't know that it's the worst right now. It's consistently bad. They lost 25,000 people were lost, kids, young people, last month. And we had a month, 35, 2 months ago. And I would say more Russians. And but it's just, they're people. They're people. And there's actually very little difference between the people. I mean, it's like the Russians and Ukrainian people. And they can get along, but it's a nasty war. Thousands and thousands, mostly soldiers, are being killed. The battlefields, I see pictures and it's horrible. He thinks it's horrible. We all think it's horrible. And the president wants to get it done, and I believe that President Putin wants to get it done, and that should be a good combination. Thank you.
Mr. President, what is your assessment on Ukraine's strike on Russian oil refineries and military factories?
Where are you from?
Ukraine.
Phrase the question differently, please.
Ukraine delivered strikes on Russian military factories and on oil refineries, and they ran out of gas.
Marco, why don't you answer that? Because you're right in the middle of it.
Yeah, no, I think what you're discussing is the ability of Ukraine to reach deep inside of Russia and conduct strikes. Sure. I think that's one of the dynamics that's changed in this war over the last few months, and that is that Russians are finding it more difficult to defend their own airspace. And what we hope that means is that it's going to create the space now to negotiate the end of this war.
It's an escalation, but it's also an escalation that can help lead to an end. And,
Mr. President, Mr. Putin might be seeking for the settlement.
So where are you from?
Radio Free Europe's Ukrainian service. I'm from Ukraine.
Okay, good. Because I talked to him. I talked to him. I talked to President Zelensky, and I think that's all I've done. My whole life I made deals. That's, I guess, becoming president was making a deal, right? It was like a lot of little individual things. In the end, it's making a deal. And that's what I do. And I do it well, and I know when people want to make a deal. I think he wants to make a deal. And I do feel that President Zelensky would like to get back to rebuilding his country as opposed to, having all of this death and destruction. Ukraine has tremendous potential. He understands that. We talk about that. He talks about that more than he talks about the war. To me, I think you might find that more exciting than the war. It's brutal. The other's the beauty of it. I think he'll build a great country. I think he's going to build it. We have a little stake in that country now because we have some land in that country, but we have minerals. It's among the wealthiest. It's among the best land anywhere in the world for rare earth. And we have some rare earth. I look forward to taking advantage of it at the right time.
Mr. President, Europe to make Patriot missiles in Europe.
He's one of my favorite soldiers. I see him. He's central casting. Right? You doing okay?
Yes.
We see him at meetings. He's good. He's done a great job. Great job.
Trying to do our best.
Great hero, actually.
Mr. President, will you allow Europe to make Patriot interceptors in Europe? Are you comfortable with licensing that technology?
About what?
Patriot interceptors to be made in Europe.
And you're talking with respect to Ukraine. Well, we're going to talk about that. Look, it's a defensive weapon, which I like, better than an offensive weapon. It's the best. So I was saying we have an aircraft carrier, which is one of the most beautiful in the world. It's one of the biggest, the Abraham Lincoln. And 2 months ago, we had 100, I told this story yesterday, we had 111 missiles shot by the Islamic Republic of Japan. They were shot at the aircraft carrier over a period of about 1 hour. 111 missiles going to a very expensive ship, and every one of those missiles was knocked down. Pretty much most by Patriots, but by other means also, as you know.
Yeah.
Other less expensive means. It's even better when you do that. But out of the 111 missiles, every one of them was shot down. It didn't hit the ship, and bad things happen, right, when that happens. So think of that, over a period of 1 hour, these missiles are coming at you, and every one of them shot down. So I think one of the things we're going to be talking about is, as you know, the companies, we have great power over the companies. Those companies that make the Patriot and make all of the great stuff, the Tomahawks, all of the great stuff. We have the best stuff. Many things. The Patriot's great, but we have many, many great things. You see that with Venezuela. You see it with Iran. Look, Iran has been wiped out. Iran, their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, everything's gone. But one of the things I think we're going to be talking about today, a little birdie told me this, about the fact that we'll give them the right to make Patriots. We'll show them how to do it. It's very complex, actually, but it's you'll figure out the complexity quickly. And we're talking about that, and the company that makes them, which is building now 4 plants, all of our companies will be able to do this in 2 to 3 months. If you order a Patriot, now you have to wait a long time for them. Same thing with Tomahawks. We have a lot of certain equipment, but they call it the elite equipment, and you don't need elite equipment necessarily for a war. But so one of the things we're going to be talking about is we're going to give a license to you to make Patriots. That's pretty cool, right? This way you can't complain that we're not giving them enough. I say, make them yourself. We haven't informed the company of that yet, but that'll work out all right. I'm sure they'll be thrilled. But they'll be able to do it. You'll be able to figure that out. Most countries couldn't do that. Yeah. If I said that to most countries, they wouldn't know what I'm talking about. But this is a very ingenious group, and what I like about that, it's a defensive situation as opposed to an offensive. But I think one of the things you might want to be talking about is that. That's what I heard. Little birdie told me that.
President, on Iran, can you clarify, does the end of the ceasefire mean that we are back to a full-scale military conflict?
They violate the agreement every day. They lie, they cheat, they kill people. They've been killing people for 47 years. They knocked out the SS Cole. We lost, 200 people more. That was a long time ago. For 47 years, no president did anything about that. Well, Obama actually gave them vast amounts of money. You'd like this. He gave them a plane load of money, $1.7 billion in green cash. They loaded up a Boeing 757. Remember the old 750? It was a beautiful plane loaded up with cash. They took all the seats out, and they took all of the cash for Virginia, Maryland, and D.C. banks. They had no money. They took every ounce of cash, put it in, flew it to Iran, and gave them the money. I wonder what these guys thought of when the door opened and cash fell out of this big plane, beautiful plane. And then on top of that, they gave them billions and billions of dollars. And by the way, they gave it to the wrong country, frankly. You want to know the truth. And it began. That was pretty much the Obama deal. That was one of the worst tragedies that happened. That's what happened in the Middle East. That deal set back that whole situation. They went with it. Frankly, they picked the wrong country. They picked the wrong country. POC. What a terrible deal. I call it the Obama nuclear waste deal, because what he did with that deal is he caused tremendous hardship in the Middle East. It was a terrible, terrible thing to do. And we've been just the opposite. Our deal is a wall to a nuclear weapon. His deal was a road to a nuclear weapon. They'll never build a nuclear weapon under our deal, but I don't know if we're going to have a deal. We may just do it without a deal, because you know what? It's easier. Because these people, they lie and they cheat, and you have an agreement, and they'll go outside. For instance, they agreed, well, we'll never have a nuclear weapon. They agreed. Then they go outside, they have a news conference where they leak that we never discussed the subject. Now, who would believe we never discussed the subject? Because for me, that's 99.9% of what we're doing. It's denuclearization of Iran, okay? So when you ask, our guys can continue. You know, Steve is great, and Jared, and all the guys. They know him very well. Yeah, actually, they're working on your stuff, too. I wonder which. I picked 2 beauties. You know what? We settled 8 wars. I got a couple of beauties here. But Steve's great, and Jared's great. You know, they're the right guys. And we'll see what happens. But I will say this. Iran, they've misbehaved for 47 years. They've killed our soldiers, they've killed our people, and they've killed a lot of people all over the Middle East and elsewhere. And the roadside bomb was their preferred, the preferred weapon was by Soleimani, the roadside bomb, where it would explode under a truck. We actually built trucks with floors, steel this thick. And then all they did was they made bigger bombs. And we have young guys around, not walking around because they have no legs. but their legs were blown off, their arms were blown off, their face was blown off, and they live because of modern medicine. You can do anything, but they're living like in hell. Their whole life changed because of Iran, and that was 96% of the people that used that. They were made in Iran, and so we have a score to settle too.
Mr. President, you say that President Putin is ready to finish this war. What if he doesn't? Are you ready to put pressure on Russia? Are you ready to put more sanctions?
We have a lot of pressure on President Putin. You know, I don't think he likes what's going on. I don't think he's thrilled with what's happening. There's a lot of pressure on President Putin to get it done. I think there's pressure on everybody to get that one done. A lot of pressure.
Mr. President, what's your security guarantee for Ukraine?
The guarantee?
Yes, security guarantee for Ukraine.
The security guarantee you're talking about? I mean, not that we want to do it. We'll do it to save lives. Look, Ukraine's very far away. We have an ocean separating us. What I'm doing is I'm trying to save lives. A lot of lives are being lost. I also think that it's a country with great potential. I think if this kind of brain power can go toward rebuilding the country instead of fighting a war, I think that country is going to do fantastically well. And likewise, Russia, you know, look, they're devoting a lot of energy. Do you have a question for President Putin, please? Do you have a question for President Putin? Not so much. Yeah, what would you like to ask him? Because I'm going to ask him that question.
I have a question. Last year you called Russia a paper tiger, referring that they're not doing that.
Who did I call?
I'm from Telegraph UA, Ukrainian media.
No, give us a question, not for Zelensky. Give us a question for Putin.
Why is he attacking
Ukrainian I'm speaking to him today.
Yeah,
Putin,
why is he attacking a good, hard question?
When will he end this war?
That's a good question. I don't think I've ever asked him that question. I'm going to ask him that question.
Mr. President, what's the status of a drone deal between the U.S. and Ukraine? What's the status
By the way,
of a
I will tell you, though, he's going to tell you that he wants it ended as soon as he can end it. He wants it ended.
All right, that is Donald Trump there speaking in Ankara of Turkey, where he warns of more strikes on Iran tonight, as he earlier had declared that the ceasefire is over. We have our experts joining us live on the broadcast. Peter Dickinson, strategic affairs analyst, live from Kiev. We have Or Shakhed is joining us from New York. He's journalist with Israel Hayom. Now, Mr. Dickinson, I'll just go across to you first. We just had Donald Trump warning Iran of more strikes tonight. The situation is escalating as we speak. Iran itself, it also claims of hitting at least 85 targets across West Asia. So how do you assess the situation, and what sort of a crisis now will we be seeing in the coming days?
Well, it looks like we're perhaps not back to square one, but certainly well back away from any peace process. Yet again, I think it shows the need for caution around any of the more optimistic assessments of how close we are to reaching a settlement here. Clearly, the two sides still have big differences. There's a huge amount of distrust there. Trump's language today was fairly robust, even by his standards, and he's of course a fairly exceptional in terms of the rhetoric he uses in general. But by today's commentaries were quite vicious, very very critical. So I think that suggests that he is more frustrated than ever with where this is going. So I mean, we'll have to wait and see what the process is going to yield. But it certainly looks like we are a long way away from a definitive settlement here.
In fact, we have more updates coming in. I'll just go across to Mr. Shakhed, but let me just update our viewers what all Donald Trump has said. In fact, Trump has once again called for denuclearization. He's again talking about the nuclear weapons. But Mr. Shakhed, well, this is what he has been talking about for a long, long time. The 14-point the agreement also that was signed did not, in fact, really define or had a lot of weight as far as the nuclear weapons or building of nuclear arsenal is concerned. Now, Donald Trump continues to take, this as an excuse, but What do you think that Donald Trump could be? Because this shows that his ceasefire, because he claims to have brokered so many ceasefires across the globe, this one, where the US is very much involved, is again collapsing and it's crumbling down, and Iran is daring US.
Indeed, Iran is daring US. As I mentioned before, I think there's a link between the ceremony in which the late Ayatollah Khamenei has been put to rest, the burial ceremony and so forth, with what we're seeing right now, because there is an Iranian attempt to symbolically project power in the region and perhaps beyond. I think that at this point it is very clear that the Iranians cannot be trusted. If even in this preliminary stage we're seeing such provocations towards regional allies of the United States, towards US assets, towards shipments in the Strait of Hormuz, I agree with the assessment that we're getting further away from a perspective framework, even though that right from the get-go there were built-in hardships that would have hindered it from taking place in the first place. So, yeah, I mean, if you look at some of the statements that he's made, I think he said something like, I'm paraphrasing, they've been killing Americans for 47 years. We have a score to settle. Much more severe rhetoric today we've heard compared to some of the statements that he has made in the past few weeks or so since the MOU was signed. And we will see. I think the situation is very fluid on the ground, and it remains to be seen whether continued Iranian provocations, if they occur, would create a response by the United States. Trump has already suggested that he plans on initiating further attacks tonight. But again, this has happened right before the signing of the actual MOU. So we need to take this with a grain of salt. Obviously, everybody is going to be on the lookout to see what is going to happen.
And, Mr. Dickinson, that the fact that it is sending out immediate economic shockwaves is also a matter of concern for the entire globe. The direct impact has been witnessed, across West Asia. Bahrain has been hit, Kuwait is being hit, and this throws us back to the situation where we see the world again moving towards the oil and energy crisis, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And this has been the major global impact of this war for the global economy. The shock of the realization that the Iranian regime has the capability to close the Strait of Hormuz is a game changer in many aspects. It's something that's been talked about for many, many years. It's been speculated about, but in the last 3-4 months, we've seen that it is possible, and that there's actually not much that the great military power of the world, the United States of America, has been able to do to stop that. So, we are back now to a situation where the Iranians will attempt to hold everybody hostage again, to use that as leverage over the international community writ large, and that's particularly bad news for the Ukrainians, for example, where of course Russia benefits from higher energy prices. The Ukrainians will be very keen to see that not become a long-term feature. But I think broadly speaking, the international community is very eager to see an end to this, and they are alarmed by the leverage that the Iranians now have, and that it would seem at least that the Iranians feel that they hold at least a number of trump cards here that they intend to play, and they don't feel that they have to rush to the negotiating table. So let's see how far they're prepared to push it at this delicate point in negotiations. But it certainly looks like they are in no hurry to conclude any deal, and feel that they still have a lot of leverage over Trump via the Strait of Hormuz primarily.
Absolutely. In fact, we've seen, Mr. Sharkit, that this could be protracting into a wider war, as we've seen in the previous months as well. Now, you feel that Donald Trump making use of the NATO summit for this, when he makes this statement from Turkey, how do you interpret that?
Well, don't forget that Trump came into the NATO summit with some grievances over the previous kinetic rounds of strikes, where Trump basically blamed NATO for a lack of burden sharing in terms of what needed to be done kinetically and otherwise, and logistically, as it pertains to the Iran war. I think that it had to do more with the timing of the Iranian provocations rather than the summit itself. Don't forget that the summit is hosted by Turkey. Turkey, while it's part of the NATO alliance formally, also has some deep contacts with Iran, which is part of the Israeli grievances that come into play as it pertains to F-35s. I mean, Trump himself said that, at least verbally, he was able to stop Erdogan from joining Iran in this war. Basically taking the other side of the bad guys. So, I mean, I think that it just goes to show that Trump is not willing to play games. I think this was indeed a test by the Iranian regime to Trump if during a NATO summit in Turkey, whether he'll be able to, push for kinetic strikes at this time. It looks like the Iranians were disappointed in the sense that Trump did order strikes on Iran, regardless of where he was at the time.
Absolutely. It's funny how he continues to mention India and Pakistan war when clearly he's not able to, clean up the mess he has created. In fact, that's really something which is laughable right now. This is just what I'm taking off from the latest excerpt that I'm getting from what his media interaction is going on right now. But thank you so much, guests, for joining us, Mr. Shaukat and Mr. Dickinson joining us on Republic Global. Now, viewers, with that, we're into a very, very short break, but don't go anywhere. We continue to bring you the latest updates from across the globe. The Prime Minister has reached Australia as his tour continues. Also, we bring you this is exclusive at 7 p.m. with my colleague Niranjan.
Co-powered by Crystal Crop Protection, देश का किसान, देश का हीरो।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बाद एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार प्योर मसाला।
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to listen to a scream. A scream coming from across the line of control. A scream coming from the tortured, hungry and angry people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And I want to tell them tonight, that we are with you. I want you to notice the genocide that is going on in Pak-occupied Kashmir. Ladies and gentlemen, Kashmiris are being massacred. There is an open genocide, non-stop firing, grenades being hurled as thousands of people, including women, children, and elderly, continue to fight against the ISI regime. They had gathered in the Sardar Ghulam Hussain Khan Stadium in Abbaspur wearing white flags. Ladies and gentlemen, we saw these pictures from Sunday. While they have flags of peace, they are being shot on and they are being killed. They are being butchered by Asif Munir. The people of POK are only asking for rations. Asif Munir is giving them bullets. The people of POK are asking for food. They are asking for electricity. In turn, they are being killed by the dozens. They are asking for medicines. They have done nothing wrong. There is a complete shutdown of supplies for the people of POK. And Asif Munir has said that these people must face gunfire instead. And while all of this is happening tonight, I want to ask you, Mehbooba Mufti.
Co-powered by Crystal Crop Protection, देश का किसान, देश का हीरो।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Shame on Meta. Shame on Mark Zuckerberg. Shame on every member of the senior management of Meta. Shame on the Indian bosses of Meta. And I'm not talking about some distant Silicon Valley scandal. I'm talking about what Meta is doing to children. I'm talking about what Meta is doing to our children. I'm talking about sexual abuse, pedophilia, and child pornography being encouraged by Mark Zuckerberg. I'm talking about the sexual abuse of toddlers, babies, 12, 13, 14, 15-year-old children. About them being sexually abused and turned into commercial products to make Mark Zuckerberg richer by one of the richest companies on earth, which is so greedy that they want to market, commercialize, algorithmically encourage such child sexual abuse material, CSAM, to pedophiles. Mark Zuckerberg, is this what it's come down to? A commercial exploitation to promote pedophilia. This is a very serious matter because Meta, earlier known as Facebook, the parent company of Instagram and Facebook, has once more been caught red-handed. This time it is for commercializing pedophilia. Let me repeat that in case you are struck by disbelief. Meta has been caught red-handed commercializing pedophilia.
Relentless expose forces Meta response. Massive anger over child abuse content. Meta and Instagram in big trouble. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies since 1820. TVS iQube, India's favorite family EV.
Trump ends ceasefire.
I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. They're led by sick people.
War breaks out again. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on This Is Exclusive, ladies and gentlemen. For the last 3 days, we've been getting you the Meta scandal, the child sexual abuse scandal or CSAM scandal, where we've been getting you details of how Meta has been hosting child sexual abusive, exploitative, nude material for the last several years, and they continue to fight it. They continue to struggle with it. They're not able to get it completely out of their platforms, and for the last 3 days we have been showing how they have failed. Today, in part 3 of our expose, we'll show you how, despite the government's warning, they continue to defy the orders. Such content is still online. We've done another investigation. Details coming up. Here are the headlines. Republic investigation forces Meta to respond. Meta says it has taken note of the news reports. It claims it is doing its best, admits failures. Meta goes completely defensive, refuses to take ownership for the removal of child sexual abuse content, claims it is removing videos, but clearly it's not enough. And in part 3 of the expose today, we'll show you how, despite us showing how such material was available online, they've still not taken it down. It's still there, it's still available, it's still being pushed onto users, some of them young users in India. On the show this evening, the illegal bridge construction. The drug mafia is constructing a bridge. It's the drug mafia bridge in Manipur. We'll tell you all about it. Getting in breaking news now, ladies and gentlemen. The video coming in of Mamata Banerjee in a new Slapgate controversy. That's Mamata Banerjee, not the Chief Minister anymore, has lost the elections and has lost the plot. Look at her. She's seen slapping a man in public. Take a look at that video. Mamata, during a protest today, slapped people in public. Clearly not in control, Mamata Banerjee, in what we were told was a protest, slapped her own party worker. We are told that those who were protesting there were all TMC workers, and she lost her cool. The former Chief Minister of Bengal slapped this worker, the Trinamool Congress worker who was trying to clear the path. In fact, the man that you see there in orange, she started beating people up. She beats one man up and then she slaps another man. She slaps him when he was trying to clear the way. Kishale is joining me live. Kishale, it appears that she has lost the plot. Completely lost the plot there. He's joining us back on the phone line. I'll go across to him. Mamata is seen slapping a Trinamool Congress worker on a day when her party funds have been frozen, over 440 crore of TMC funds frozen by the Enforcement Directorate. And there you go, Mamata Banerjee. Very, 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 very nervous. Where did this happen, Kishale? Kishale is joining us live. Kishale, where did this happen and why did she slap her own party worker or whatever was left of her party?
Well, Niranjan, this happened at about 5 p.m. today in the evening, and she was holding a rally, in fact, in order to protest against the Baruipur incident, the rape and murder of the small girl that happened in Baruipur. Now, this rally was being held by the youth wing of Kalighat Trinamool Congress. Now we have two Trinamool Congress, Kalighat Mamata Banerjee Trinamool Congress and Ritobroto Trinamool Congress. So this was a rally of Mamata Banerjee Kalighat Trinamool Congress of mostly the youth wing of that particular section of the party. Now in that section suddenly there was a chaos, and allegedly some BJP supporters also were present at that spot, and there were slogans and return slogans from the rally. Mamata Banerjee herself came out and she started slapping people around that particular rally who were present. She started hitting them, she started punching them, and we are getting to know that she has in fact slapped one of her own party workers because she felt that the party worker was not really doing enough to manage the crowd. So she was managing the crowd, and while doing so she started slapping, hitting, punching her party workers and everyone who was present around her. So she lost her cool in a way, and this happened very shamefully in a rally which was supposed to be against a barbaric incident where a small girl was raped and murdered. So this is how that event turned out, and we see the visuals there.
Yeah, she's really nervous. I mean, it's also a day when she's had a big jolt from the Enforcement Directorate, and she's been, 400 crore plus funds of the Trinamool Congress frozen by the ED. Why would you slap your own worker? I mean, you really have to. It also tells you, in a way, how she treated her own party. And contrast this treatment of Mamata Banerjee slapping her own party people. Look at that poor guy. He was wearing spectacles and clearing the road there, and she slapped him. What is wrong with her? That's Mamata Banerjee. Let's move on now. She's lost the elections, losing her party, or rather, lost her party and losing the plot. Today marks day 3 of Republic's relentless investigation into one of the world's biggest digital scandals. The child sexual abuse material, or CSAM as they call it, on Meta-owned platforms, Facebook and Instagram. Republic for the last few days has been exposing how searches, recommendations on Meta's platforms continue to surface exploitative content involving minors. Now, the government of India has stepped in, issuing a notice to Meta demanding answers. Now, despite this notice, in part 3 of our investigation, what we now show you is how Meta, despite the warnings, continues to host this child sexual abuse content. In fact, today, we found more videos. Our team found more videos, and we didn't have to do much. It is shocking that despite being pulled up by the government, such content is still online, and they continue to defy the government of India. And Meta has given a response today. They put out a detailed statement after the Republic investigation, and they have refused to take ownership for removing of the child sexual abuse material. They've hidden behind AI tech, etc., etc. But None of that answers the question on why such content is online. I have the team, the entire Republic team that is looking at this investigation. I have joining us now, Himanshu. Himanshu is live along with Nitin. Nitin was at the Meta office in Gurugram. Himanshu from Republic Digital and Sneha from our news desk who've been looking into the story, along with the entire team at Republic that is working on the story. Himanshu, more videos showing up. Another day, True. It shows they just don't give a damn about Indian laws.
Niranjan, absolutely right. It's really hard to see why Mark Zuckerberg is allowing such creepy uploads, you can say abusive uploads, pornography on its platform. Definitely the protective layers that they have made, or probably the layers that they have not made, is probably showing its signs. And they have, so far, the statements that Meta has issued so far is like, we have taken note of it, we are reporting this to cybercrime, and we are taking all possible actions, but the actions are not seen on ground. Nitin is with me. Nitin has tracked this story. He was chasing Meta bosses in Gurugram's office today. Nitin, what have you got for us today?
Right, sir. So, sir, it's been a very difficult period, for them to sort of come down off their high horses and speak to us directly. We told them through our lives that we've been giving, the tracking that we've been doing for the last few days, and they just refused. They were so tight-lipped, so ignorant of the fact.
Come to you and take your questions.
Exactly. So yesterday they'd send their security personnel the last time we were there, and today what happened is that the security personnel came in, and I'm assuming it's the Meta's top bosses in the office who came to us, and they told us indirectly, please don't hog around the gate, don't walk around the gate, come with a proper invitation. The central government has issued a notice to you over child pornography. Does media really need invitation to come to your offices? We don't want to come to your offices. We just want you to answer the biggest questions. How much are you earning in terms of advertisement revenue for selling indirectly, directly child pornographic content on your platform? Back to you, sir.
Niranjan, one more thing. I have Sneha with me, and I think so far they have been brazen. They have been evasive. They have not responded. Sneha also, who has done a lot of research on how Meta allows and its platform allows people to upload any kind of pornographical content. Sneha, what exactly can you tell us today?
Yes, exactly. We have been tracking this for the past several days. During our investigation, we have continuously found that on Meta platforms like Facebook and Instagram, this type of content is still readily available. We have been continuously tracking it. And not just that, the most shocking part about this whole thing is that even after we flag these videos, we report these videos on the platforms, their response is that it cannot be taken down because it does not go against the community guidelines. And not just that, the most shocking part right now is that even after Meta's statement, they are saying that the content is still readily available on their platforms.
Niranjan, before I can toss it to you, I have one more news that's coming in from Meta. It's a global outcry. They have launched something called the Muse image. Now, this Muse image can generate pictures using other people's profile pictures without even telling them or without taking any consent from users. So imagine an AI tool taking pictures of kids or probably people who have not given their consent to it and turning it into whatever God knows what they are going to do with it. So there has been a huge outcry in US. The tool has been launched in US and there are no safeguards. There has been a proper privacy groups have objected to this. So I think there are more, there's more to this story about not just putting up the child or abusive pornographical content, but how Meta is probably using the AI tool and probably not using the AI tool to safeguard itself.
Yeah, okay. I cannot describe the kind of videos that are there and that we discovered today, but ladies and gentlemen, we have blurred these videos, and the videos that we are showing you today, or whatever videos that you are seeing blurred on the screen. Now, these are videos that we found in the course of our reporting, which are available on the Instagram platform even today. We are blurring these videos. We will not show these videos, but this is a reminder to Meta that these videos are still available. There are hundreds of these videos, hundreds and thousands, perhaps millions of these videos, because they themselves admit that there is so much of content like this on their platform. They have admitted that in May alone, they have encountered and detected about 1 million, 1.5 to 2 million almost, pieces of pornographic / child abuse / child exploitative content on their platforms. And despite knowing that, and this is a big concern, so they should They should find a way to deal with it. Instead, they are not. Instead, such content is still online. In fact, this is content that promotes pedophilia, and we will keep a close track on the story. Thank you, Himanshu. Thank you, Sneha and Nitin, for joining us with this input. In fact, this morning Meta responded, and Meta what Meta ended up doing in their response is admit that they have failed. They admitted that they have failed to act on the child sexual abusive material. And the next story we are getting you on this is exclusive. An investigation about the drug corridors of Manipur. And the situation in Manipur is directly linked to drug trade. And today we've accessed some pictures that raise very disturbing questions about our internal security, governance in Manipur, and the shadow drug economy that's thriving on the border and a sensitive state like Manipur. An unauthorized bridge, and this bridge is being constructed. It's over 5 crore rupees spent, quietly coming up across the Chandel River in Manipur, linking Churachandpur with Chandel. Now, what you don't see is that this is not just another illegal construction. The bridge is being built without government approval by the drug mafia, without clearances, without security checks. And this bridge is being built only to ensure that the drug syndicate can move, just so that the drug transit happens. What's even more alarming is that bridge is almost near completion in a region where our security agencies have repeatedly flagged suspected narcotics and arms trafficking corridors. I have with me this evening Lintoy. Lintoy is joining us live. I'll go across to her. And Lintoy, why don't you tell us about this bridge? The drug mafia is funding this bridge. Why is this bridge important, and why is this a threat to Manipur?
Yes, Niranjan, this bridge is now at the center of major controversy in Manipur. According to information available as of now, an authorized bridge estimated to cost over rupees 5 crore is being constructed above the Manipur River, connecting Singhu village in Churachandpur district with Walku village in Chandel district under Takpikarong. So what makes this more significant is that the construction site is located just around 10 kilometers away from the K-Mall, now where the then state government had already prohibited a similar unauthorized bridge project in 2024. Despite that earlier action, another bridge has now come up in the same general belt, prompting fresh questions over how such a large-scale project could proceed without the clearance from the state government. Officials from the PWD and then the Rural Engineering Department and the Forest Department have reportedly stated that they have no knowledge of the project or any permission granted for it. As of now, the Manipur government has also not sanctioned any bridge at this location, and also the speculation also raised that the main materials that they are using in the bridge construction is mostly in the green color. And also we can also mention about this, that the golden triangle which consists of the Thailand, Laos and Myanmar, which are under this golden triangle, have affected the northeast India, which shares the porous border with Myanmar. And according to the annual NCB reports 2026 released by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah on June 21, also highlights the increased drug issues in the entire Northeast. He also said that the National Highway 102 is also at the entry point of this drug smuggling, which affect Nagaland and Mizoram mainly. So the speculation has raised that if the government did not sanction about this bridge construction, then that might be the drug mafia has been, funding the bridge construction, which has estimated more than rupees 5 crore. Back to you.
Okay. And there is also a view that perhaps the government is going soft on such people. Is that true? Is there any truth to those reports as well? that the government perhaps has gone soft on these people, especially the drug mafia in Manipur?
According to that, Niranjan, we need, an official statement from the government. So apart from the security angle or the government angle, several other questions also have emerged. One unusual feature, I have already mentioned that green painted steel girders and the structural materials in the bridge. And also, this the color of this bridge is uncommon in government bridge projects in the state, which also lead to the question about the origin of the construction materials and whether they were procured through authorized channels. Here we can also mention about the drug transit and transport point, that most of the drugs were transported from the Tammu in the Myanmar, but after the ongoing conflict that has hampered the India's economy, including the Manipur's economy. So after that ethnic conflict, this drug mafia stopped, operating in Tammu, and they have already shifted their operation into Kangpat. However, it is also said that the Kangpat has also already been under the control of the junta. And also the construction of the bridge has also several questions, question about the effect of the river and the ecosystem. Back to you.
Yes. Okay, thank you for joining us with those inputs. In fact, a quick, I just want to show the drug route in Manipur and why this is extremely critical for India's security, especially in the northeast. Ladies and gentlemen, now the drug mafia is operating from Manipur to Myanmar and Mizoram, and that is why there are some areas that are extremely sensitive. Areas close to Churachandpur, Chandel, More, and these areas are being linked because there's a river, they are being linked with this bridge. Just imagine if the drug mafia in Manipur can spend 5 crore rupees and bring building blocks of a bridge and build a bridge to move drugs from Myanmar to Manipur and move it across different parts of the northeast. This is a very serious issue. The government claims it does not know about this bridge, and if a bridge is being built in the drug corridor, it raises very serious questions. Keep a close track on that story. We have some breaking news now coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, some pictures that are coming in on This Is Exclusive. Let's show you the pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting in pictures of a Pinaka flight test that has been conducted, successful test. The DRDO has successfully conducted, that's a first picture that we have, first on Republic. The DRDO has conducted successful flight test of the Pinaka long-range guided rocket. The DRDO conducting the long-range guided rocket test at the integrated test range at Chandipur in Odisha. The rocket tested for a user-defined minimum range of 60 kilometers. The impact on the target with textbook precision, says the government, exactly following the predicted trajectory. And all the deployed range instruments tracked the flight throughout its trajectory. So that's a successful flight test of the Pinaka long-range guided rocket, or the LRGR project, designed by the Armament Research and Development Establishment in association with High Energy Materials Research Laboratory. So it's another shot in the arm for India's defense preparedness, ladies and gentlemen. And that's it on this edition of This Is Exclusive. The debate coming up tonight, 8 p.m. Stay tuned.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MTH.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Our pure सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार प्योर मसाला।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
ऑप्टोरोमा मैनुअल वाइंडिंग 4 लोगों के पास है ये।
कुछ इससे भी अनोखा।
कमला पसंद, सिर्फ एक अनोखा स्वाद। कमला पसंद पान मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा।
पापा
सॉरी यार, गलती हो गई है। ये चोट खर्चा वर्चा।
अरे लास्ट बॉल पे छक्का भी तुम्हारा।
छक्का?
सब कैशलेस हो गया है। हाँ
ला भाई मेरा बैट। वो अभी तो ठीक हुआ तू।
अभी तो डिस्चार्ज हुआ यार।
बैट किसका है?
टाटा AIG है तो भरोसा है।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चंकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Ladies and gentlemen, to understand the real reasons behind the controversy over the unending controversy over the Ram Mandir corruption case, about the corruption in the Ram Mandir, about the theft that happened within the Ram Mandir, you need to read the article of the great public intellectual, journalist and activist S. Gurumurthy. Now he makes a few points, I'll try and summarize. The main point, and I love the way Gurumurthy ji hits it, the hammer, very clearly when he says this is all about the Uttar Pradesh elections. He makes it quite clear that the whole reason for this building controversy over the Ram Mandir about how many crores of rupees were stolen by some low-level employees there, he says this cash theft is dominating the national headlines simply because of the Uttar Pradesh elections. Because, and he says, and I quote, the theft has miraculously transformed the erstwhile opponents of Ram Mandir into ardent devotees chanting Jai Shri Ram. And he's completely right. Then he says the Congress party, which boycotted the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, dispatched a 9-member high-level delegation. Arvind Kejriwal, who boycotted the 2024 Mandir ceremony, has undergone, according to Mr. S. Gurumurthy, instant metamorphosis into a Ram Bhakt, declaring that this theft has pained all Sanatanis. Most ironically, Gurumurthy ji says when Mulayam Singh Yadav was chief minister, he ordered the police to fire and kill 16 car sevaks, and later proudly declared that he would have issued the same order, he would have killed more car sevaks, even if 30 had to die. Today, his son, who has never visited the Ram Mandir, is claiming that Ram Bhakts have been cheated. But most important point, ladies and gentlemen, that S. Gurumurthy makes here, the line of Akhilesh, the line of Rahul Gandhi, the line of these left parties is exactly the line of Al Jazeera. If you support Al Jazeera, support Rahul Gandhi. Capitalizing on the geopolitical significance of the temple, global media entities with a history of anti-India and anti-Hindu bias, including BBC and Al Jazeera, pointed to the incident as if it were a $1 billion heist, stealing from the gods. India's Ram temple hit by corruption scandal, and then a direct attack on the Ram temple, not on the low-level thieves, but on the Ram temple. A direct attack on the Bhavya Ram Mandir by Al Jazeera, saying the temple is mired in embezzlement allegations before crucial state elections, embarrassing Modi's government. Ladies and gentlemen, I always have one line. If you want to read a Pakistani line, an anti-Indian line, read Al Jazeera or follow Al Jazeera. And now, if you want to follow the Al Jazeera line, then follow.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome viewers, you're watching Super Prime Time with me, Rakta Mishra, and in the next 25 minutes we're going to bring you the top stories that we're tracking for you from the country and across the globe. Let's take a look at the headlines first.
Scum, I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people.
War resumes in West Asia. The ceasefire collapses. Trump calls Iranian liars, scum and sick.
What is your reaction on the recent US attacks on Iran, and why don't you fear that this will overshadow this summit?
Well, I think it was absolutely necessary.
NATO backs strikes by United States, calls them necessary. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte backs these strikes. Rape and murder case from Barwipur of Bengal. Accused shot dead in police encounter during crime scene reconstruction. United States charges jailed India gangster Lauren Bishnoi and his aide Goldie Berard in the murder case of Khalistani separatist Hardeep Singh Nijjar. But Canadian police says that there is no link to the Indian government. It's a gun on face for the previous Trudeau administration. FIR registered and 3 arrested in Dr. Assault case. Shinde's Sena leader Ramesh Mahatre arrested. Just weeks after announcing a ceasefire with a 60-day negotiation window, the United States has struck Iran after accusing Tehran of attacking 3 merchant ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Donald Trump has now declared the ceasefire agreement over while calling the Iranian leaders with some choice of words as Iran retaliates with strikes on Bahrain and Kuwait. In fact, Donald Trump in the latest statement has warned of bigger strikes tonight on Iran. Here's more.
Trump has dissolved the fragile ceasefire with a 60-day negotiating window between Iran and the United States. The US hit Iran with fresh airstrikes after saying Tehran attacked 3 merchant ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Within hours of the strikes, US President Donald Trump declared the Memorandum of Understanding between Washington and Tehran over, effectively signaling the collapse of the ceasefire framework. Trump also went off the rails while attacking Iran, calling its leadership scum and describing the country as sick, vicious and violent.
To me, I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. I'll speak to our negotiators. They want to negotiate. They're good people. Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. But they have to come back to me. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. We make a deal. And if I make a deal with him, we have a deal. And he goes out, he talks. We make a deal. Everyone's agreed. No nuclear weapon. We make a deal. They go outside, talk to the press. They say, we never even talked about it. There's something wrong with them. They're cuckoo. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
Iran, meanwhile, has rejected the American allegations and condemned both the airstrikes and the oil license revocations as violations of the ceasefire agreement.
وزارت امور خارجه جمهوری اسلامی ایران اقدام خزانه‌داری آمریکا در لغو تعلیق موقت تحریم فروش نفت ایران را که مصداق نقض فاحش بند 10 یادداشت تفاهم خاتمه جنگ مورخ 28 خرداد 1405 می باشد را شدیداً محکوم کرده و مسئولیت پیامدهای این عهد شکنی را متوجه دولت آمریکا می داند.
Meanwhile, Tehran has also warned that any country providing support to the US military operations would be considered a legitimate target. Iran responded with strikes targeting Bahrain and Kuwait, raising fears that the conflict could once again engulf the wider Gulf region. The renewed exchange has also put the Strait of Hormuz back under threat, jeopardizing one of the world's most critical oil shipping routes. The comments made by Trump shot oil prices back up by 6% while causing world markets to collapse. The latest escalation comes even before negotiators could begin working on a permanent settlement that was supposed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, roll back Iran's nuclear program, and formally end the war. Instead, the ceasefire has barely survived a few weeks before giving way to another cycle of strikes, retaliation, and uncertainty in West Asia.
And now news from West Bengal, where the update in the case of Baruipur minor rape and murder case, where the prime accused Prabhash Mondal today was shot dead in a police encounter during the crime scene reconstruction. Now, according to the police, the accused allegedly snatched a policeman's firearm, opened fire while attempting to escape. That forced the officers to retaliate. Encounter has triggered strong reactions coming in from the victims and the accused families. Also, here's more.
The prime accused in the Baruipur minor rape and murder case, Prabhash Mondal, was killed in a police encounter during the reconstruction of the crime scene in South 24 Parganas. The encounter took place just before investigators began reconstructing the sequence of events at the crime scene. The victim's father welcomed the police action and reiterated his faith in the investigation, saying everyone involved in the crime should face the strictest punishment.
কৃষ্ণনগর পুরো রাস্তা আছে, সরকারের পুরো রাস্তা ভরসা আছে, সিএম কালকের কথা দিয়েছে যেভাবে কাজ চালিয়ে যাচ্ছে, আমরা খুব খুশি, অত্যন্ত খুশি। সিএম পুরো ফুল ভরসা আছে আমাদের। আচ্ছা, পুলিশকে লক্ষ্য করে পজ গুলি চালাতে গেছিল না? ওটা আমি বলতে পারছি না, আমি তো সেই অবস্থা ছিলাম না তখন। এনকাউন্টার একজন টোটালি এর বেশি কিছু বলতে পারছি না, আমি পরিস্থিতি অন্যরকমই ছিলাম তখন। আচ্ছা, এটা শুনেছেন? শুনেছি এক্ষুনি তেমন কিছু শুনি, আমি একটু অন্য ব্যস্তর মধ্যে আছি তো, চতুর্দিকটা সব বুঝতে পারছেন, আপনারা সবাই আসছেন।
পুলিশের ভূমিকা একদম
পুলিশের ওপরে পুরো ফুল ভরসা আছে, পুলিশ না থাকলে আমরা এত এগোতে পারতাম না।
পুলিশ যেভাবে তদন্ত করছে 4 জনই তো অ্যারেস্ট হয়ে গেল,
খুশি তাতে খুশি। আরো যারা আছে তারা অ্যারেস্ট হবে, দোষীদের শাস্তি হোক, এটা আমি চাইছি। দাদাও এই জিনিসটা খুব মাথায় রেখেছে, দাদা আমার ভরসা দিয়েছে, দাদার ওর ফুল ভরসা আছে। ওর যে সিএম আছে না, ওনাকে দাদা বলে আমরা সম্মান করি, দাদা ফুল ভরসা দিয়েছে, ওনার ওর ফুল বিশ্বাস আশা ভরসা সব আছে।
বাকি 3 জনের
আমি কঠোরভাবে সাজা চলছি, দাদা বলে তুমি শুধু আমার কাজ দেখে নাও। আর সত্যি দাদার ওপর আমার ভরসা আছে। খুশি আপনারা? আপনার খুব খুশি।
The accused wife said that she believes her husband had committed the crime.
বলতে ও তো নোংরা মতো এমনি ছিল, তো বিশ্বাস করার কিছু মতন নেই, বুঝেছো?
আচ্ছা,
যে ও করবে না কি এটা আমি বলতে পারছি না যে করেনি।
আচ্ছা,
কেন এরকমই আমার দিয়ে পরেও আমি ওর নোংরামো দেখেছি, অনেক অত্যাচার করে আমি এখন সংসার করছি, তো এটা আমি মানে মেনেই নিয়েছি যে ও করেছে।
আচ্ছা, এই যে পুলিশের গুলিতে মারা গেল, কিছু বলবেন?
না, ও অন্যায় করেছে, ও দোষ করেছে, ও হচ্ছে গুলি খেয়েছে, এটা বলার কিছু নেই।
আচ্ছা, আপনি কি চাইছেন এখন?
কি চাইছি বলতে যে ওখানে তো বারাইপুরে আমাদের যেতে বলছে, যাবো।
স্বামীর দেখুন নেবেন?
মেয়ে বলতে যদি রাজি, বাড়ির লোক সবাই রাজি হয় তো আনা হবে।
আচ্ছা, আপনার কয় সন্তান?
একটা ছেলে।
আচ্ছা।
Even the accused's mother said her son deserved the consequences of his actions and declined to even claim his body.
এসছে বলছে আপনার ছেলের নাম প্রভাস মণ্ডল। হ্যাঁ, তা আপনার ছেলে মারা গেছে, আপনি দেখতে চান? হাসপাতালে আছে, দেখুন। আমি বলছি না, আমি আর দেখতে চাই না, আমি দেখে আর কি করবো, আর আমার যাওয়ার শক্তি নেই, আমার গলা শুকিয়ে যাচ্ছে, বলতে পারছি না। হ্যাঁ, তাই বলছে আমার যাওয়ার শক্তি নেই, আমি যাবো না, তোমরা যাবো। বলছে ওর তো আই কার্ড লাগবে, তাই বলে কি দেখো আমি সব কোথায় আই কার্ড জানি না। আমার কষ্ট, মার তো কষ্ট হবে, আমি সে কষ্ট দরকার নেই, ও যা কর্ম করেছে তাতেই গেছে আমার শান্তি।
মানে ও যে নাবালিকার সঙ্গে যে অত্যাচার করেছে
তাতে ওর মৃত্যু হয়ে গেছে, ভালোই হয়েছে।
আপনারা কি মৃতদেহ আনতে যাবেন?
না, আমার কেউ যাওয়ার নেই, আমি যেতে পারবো না, মৃতদেহ আমি আনবো না। আমি তো বললাম আর আমরা দেখতে চাই না, একদম দেখতে চাই না। তোমরা ওখানে নিয়ে যেখানে দমে দেবে, কোথায় দেবে, ফেলে দেবে, কেউ যাবে না। দেখো আমি আর ওসব কিছু বলতে পারবো না, ও যে গেলে আমাদের কথা শুনি, বিশেষ করে মার কথা যদি না শুনি, নিজে নেশা ভাঙ করে, তা আমার অত আর কিচ্ছু বলার নেই।
Police say that further legal procedures are underway, while the investigation into the rape and murder case continues to identify the role of every accused arrested so far.
And viewers, the monsoon is exposing the infrastructure in our urban centres. We're talking about Pune, Mumbai, Delhi. 2 major buildings collapsed within hours, once again exposing the glaring collapses as well. In Maharashtra's Pimpri Chinchwad, a residential building collapsed after a garbage mound reportedly caved in following heavy rains. In Delhi's Rohini, meanwhile, an under-construction building also came crashing down. The rescue operation is currently underway and several people are feared trapped right now as we speak, viewers. There's a massive rescue operation that is underway in Pimpri Chinchwad as well, and also in the national capital's Rohini, where several people are feared trapped right now as we speak. And multiple such visuals have come in this entire week, viewers, as the first spell of the monsoon has exposed how fragile the infrastructure is, and it's the common man who bears the brunt. Here's more.
Two building collapses within hours in 2 major cities, once again raising serious questions over civic infrastructure. In Maharashtra's Pimpri Chinchwad, a residential building collapsed near the Moshi garbage depot. Initial reports suggest a massive mound of waste gave way after heavy rains and crashed into the building. Around 15 to 16 people are feared trapped beneath the debris in Pune's Pimpri Chinchwad building collapse. NDRF, fire brigade, police and civic officials rushed to the spot and launched a massive rescue operation. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has sought a detailed report and is monitoring the rescue efforts. Meanwhile, in the national capital, another building collapsed in Delhi's Rohini Sector 16. The 4-story structure was reportedly old and undergoing construction work when it suddenly came crashing down. The fire department rushed 4 fire tenders to the spot, while 2 NDRF teams were deployed for rescue operations. Several people have already been rescued, while fears remain that more could still be trapped beneath the debris. Authorities have cordoned off both sites as rescue operations continue on a war footing. The twin collapses have once again exposed the dangers posed by aging buildings, unchecked construction activity, and poor civic planning. As investigations begin in both cases, the focus is now on fixing accountability for yet another reminder of urban civic apathy.
And on to Manipur, where tensions continue and a massive joint sit-in protest was held today in the heart of Imphal. Now, this protest was a joint women's protest, and there were groups from women associations of different communities that also included from the Naga community and the Meitei community as well, that demanded absolute justice in the ensuing violence in the state. And hundreds had gathered in the Khwairambanda market today, displaying pictures of the victims of violence and what has been happening in the past few weeks. Viewers, they also called for the immediate termination of the suspension of operation agreement as well. Here's more. All right, viewers, in fact, let's go across to a breaking news that we're getting in right now. It's, the CSAM content. Okay, we have some breaking news coming in right now, viewers. This is coming in as per our sources and Republic TV's investigation on the Meta sleaze. We are just trying to get you more details. Government sources tell us on the Meta child sexual abuse content controversy that the notice to Meta is clear about the government's intent. The CSAM content crime under Section 67B of IT Act. Meta should respond to the notice within the deadline, tell the sources, and government is closely watching Meta's response, viewers. We have Niranjan joining us live on the broadcast from the newsroom. Niranjan, tell us more details. Now we have sources telling us that the government is very, very clear about the notice that has been sent. The intent has also been made clear to Meta.
Rakshita, we've been speaking to people in the government, and let me tell you that people in the government watching the Republic TV investigation for the last 3 days have made a couple of points extremely clear. Sources telling Republic, and our colleague Abhishek Kapoor has also been in touch with them, and what they have to say is that child sexual abuse material, or CSAM, as Meta calls it, child sexual abuse material which has been uploaded on Meta platforms like Instagram and Facebook, amount to crime. It is nothing but crime under Section 67B of the IT Act. So Meta can be taken to task for it. They should be taken to task for it. They also believe that the notice to Meta is clear about the government's intent, that they want to act on Meta for hosting and for giving a platform to such child sexual abuse material. They also say that they're expecting Meta to respond within the timeline, within the deadline that has been given. The government gave them a notice, but so far the indication is that Meta has not responded. That's what we've learned from our sources. And finally, the government sources in the government saying that they're closely watching what Meta will do next and will be watching for Meta's response. Let me tell you that they're also shocked. The sources we spoke to in the government are extremely concerned and shocked about how commonplace such sexual abuse material has become on Meta's platforms like Instagram. So today, if anybody has a phone, an internet connection and an Instagram account, it's nothing but a platform which easily gives you access to child sexual abuse material. There are videos that promote pedophilia. Now, these videos, as part of our investigation, we've been able to showcase some of this on what we have seen, and they're disturbing to say the least, but it is still there. And they say, there is sources in the government saying that it's extremely alarming that it is still there, and they are shocked, hoping that Meta acts. But as of now, saying prima facie, the fact that the child sexual abuse material is on the Meta platforms itself amounts to crime under the IT Act. So let's see what Meta now does about the notice. Back to you.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Niranjan, for joining us. Republic TV keeps a close eye on the developments on that story and much more, viewers. But with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Super Prime Time, viewers. But on the other side, we bring you more news and updates. And also, don't forget to tune in to 8 p.m. Debate with Arnab Goswami.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला पापा
सॉरी यार गलती हो गई है ये चोट खर्चा वर्चा
अरे लास्ट बॉल पे छक्का भी तुम्हारा
छक्का
सब कैशलेस हो गया है हाँ
ला भाई मेरा बैट वो अभी तो ठीक हुआ तू
डिस्चार्ज हुआ यार
बैट किसका है
टाटा AIG है तो भरोसा है
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
बड़े बड़े इम्तिहानों से गुजरता है वक्त तराशता है जिसे तो जाने क्या क्या न करता है जब तक खुशबू सबसे बेहतरीन न बन जाए आराम के लिए नहीं ठहरता है जब तक लाजवाब न बन जाए उसे नहीं इत्मीनान है तभी तो रिचमंड बनना नहीं आसान है
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to listen to a scream. A scream coming from across the line of control. A scream coming from the tortured, hungry and angry people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And I want to tell them tonight,
Co-powered by Crystal Crop Protection. देश का किसान, देश का हीरो।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें
जिंदल स्टेनलेस इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
पापा
सॉरी यार, गलती हो गई है। ये चोट खर्चा वर्चा।
अरे लास्ट बॉल पे छक्का भी तुम्हारा।
छक्का?
सब कैशलेस हो गया है। हाँ
ला भाई मेरा बैट। वो अभी तो ठीक हुआ तू।
अभी तो डिस्चार्ज हुआ यार।
बैट किसका है?
टाटा AIG है तो भरोसा है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
ऑप्टर रोमा मैनुअल वाइंडिंग, 4 लोगों के पास है।
कुछ इससे भी अनोखा।
कमला पसंद, सिर्फ एक अनोखा स्वाद। कमला पसंद पान मसाला।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Shame on Meta. Shame on Mark Zuckerberg. Shame on every member of the senior management of Meta. Shame on the Indian bosses of Meta. And I'm not talking about some distant Silicon Valley scandal. I'm talking about what Meta is doing.
Co-powered by Crystal Crop Protection, देश का किसान, देश का हीरो।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
पापा
सॉरी यार, गलती हो गई है। ये चोट खर्चा वर्चा।
अरे लास्ट बॉल पे छक्का भी तुम्हारा।
छक्का?
सब कैशलेस हो गया है। हाँ
ला भाई मेरा बैट। वो अभी तो ठीक हुआ तू।
अभी तो डिस्चार्ज हुआ यार।
बैट किसका है?
टाटा AIG है तो भरोसा है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
ऑप्टर रोमा मैनुअल वाइंडिंग, 4 लोगों के पास है।
कुछ इससे भी अनोखा।
कमला पसंद, सिर्फ एक अनोखा स्वाद। कमला पसंद पान मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Tonight I would like to warn you that the situation in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir is becoming extremely grim. We are getting reports almost every day of the continuing butchery of the Munir army. Asif Munir has told his army and told the security forces and his rangers and the Pakistani army to sharpen their guns against unarmed civilians. Ladies and gentlemen, Asif Munir is planning and preparing for an even bigger bloodbath in POK. Just hours before the All or Nothing march called by the free people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir on 9th July, Asif Munir's army and the Rangers are preparing to carry out another genocide. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, on the 5th of July, when thousands of Kashmiri men, women...
Trump ends ceasefire.
I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. They're led by sick people.
War breaks out again, debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users.
Relentless exposure forces Meta response. Massive anger over child abuse content. Meta and Instagram in big trouble, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies since 1820. TVS iQube, India's favorite family EV.
One of the richest companies on earth, which is so greedy, that they want to market, commercialize, algorithmically encourage such child sexual abuse material, CSAM, to pedophiles. Mark Zuckerberg, is this what it's come down to? A commercial exploitation to promote pedophilia. Somebody from Meta sends us pretty stupid email back to Republic saying, can you tell us what the URLs of the accounts and content you're talking about is so we can review them? I want to tell Meta, are you out of your mind? Don't you have any common sense? You're asking us to tell you, you can't find out.
Trump ends ceasefire.
I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. They're led by sick people.
War breaks out again, debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users.
In just 88 hours, a new chapter was written in the history of warfare. Pakistan was compelled to seek a cessation of hostilities, struck deep into its heartland, including Punjab and Rawalpindi, and punctured the nuclear bogey.
As a Navy, we do believe that we have got the ability to carry out large-scale destruction. Given an opportunity in any future eventuality, we hope that we are the first one to fire that salvo.
the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, just when you thought it was over, the war is back. And shameless Meta forced to respond, shameless Meta tries to deflect, profiteering Meta tries to justify why they failed to fight child exploitation and allow it freely on their apps. Just when you thought it could have been over, it's back. And Trump loves it. He loves the war. He's got nothing to do. You see, Trump is both unemployable and presently unemployed, which is why he puts out his Truth Social post at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. The man's got a terrible case of insomnia. Somebody take care of his health. He's going to really go down like this. He gets no sleep. He probably sleeps for 2 or 3 hours a day, then wakes up sleep deprived and goes through the whole cycle of war, war, and more war. Now he says, I don't like what's going on, so I'm going to start firing at Iran again. Iran is firing back. And I always believe that anything to do with Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, is bound to fail, because Pakistan is a failed state. Its politicians are failures. Its army is a failure. And this so-called agreement they were part of, signed in Zurich or wherever, is an absolute failure. And it has failed. So, ladies and gentlemen, now, when a reporter, during the NATO summit in Ankara, a reporter asked Trump, what happened to the ceasefire? Is it finished? Ladies and gentlemen, he got the answer that this MOU was dead. So the agreement is over and the war is back. And Trump is using very bad words. He's calling the Iranians scums. And he repeats the words. He says, they are scums. You know what a scums are. They are scums. And then he uses even worse language. He says, they are cuckoos. They are scums. They are cuckoos. It's over. They are sick people. They are vicious people. They're a bunch of liars. They are violent people. They are bad people. They are scum. He keeps repeating this ad nauseum. At one point, when you listen to him talk, when you listen to him tweet, you begin to think whether the person is all right mentally. People are beginning to doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, his words are crude. But it also reflects an inner frustration. Heart of heart, he's a very frustrated man. You know what's making him angry? He says, I thought people hated Khomeini. You know why he's angry? He's angry because even the American media is beginning to show these pictures, ladies and gentlemen. The ocean of people who have turned out. You know what he's really angry about? He's angry at these crowds. He's angry that the whole nation of Iran has turned out for the 6-day state funeral of their supreme leader, Ayatollah Khomeini. You know how many people turned up? And all sobbing, all crying. But more than that, the sheer number of people. That sheer number of people. 24 lakh people so far have come out to mourn Khomeini. That's 2.3 million people. That is almost 2.5% of the entire population of Iran. 2.5% of the entire population of Iran. Right? Like, let me give you a comparison, viewers. What is 2.5% the population of India? 2.5% the population of India would be somewhere between 3 to 4 crores. Now imagine if 3.5 or 4 crore Indians were to come together in one place. That is the scale of human gathering. An ocean of humanity never seen for a king before. An ocean of humanity never seen for a rock star before. An ocean of humanity never seen for a queen before, never seen for an emperor before. An ocean of humanity that has never turned up to mourn one individual in the entire history of humanity, ladies and gentlemen. That's the number of people, and I'm not talking about the 70 international delegations, including India, China, Iran, Iraq, Russia. Ladies and gentlemen, and the number of people is only increasing. And Trump has gone mad. He's gone completely mad. Things are so bad, they don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. Show the people, not just the heads of state. Show the people. Producers, show the people. That's what's irritating. That's what's gone into Trump's head. He doesn't know what he's doing. Here is a man who's feeling like a fool, having spoken of a regime change. Ladies and gentlemen, with that turnout, do you think they ever thought of a regime change? The people who thought of a regime change, Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump, have all been either fooled or are foolish themselves. I'm not using stronger language. You keep attacking a country and it becomes stronger and stronger and stronger. Now, Trump, having gone completely mad, having seen these huge numbers turn out, is saying, tonight's the night I'm going to bomb the hell out of them. I'm going to bomb them more and more. This is a man who's dangerous. He's lost sense of proportion. He's misusing his position. He's failed in the deal. Now he keeps saying that he's keeping hitting the Iranians hard. But the reality is, and someone sent this to Donald Trump, the reality is, Donald Trump, you've been defeated. Donald Trump, you've lost. Donald Trump, you said that you're going to end civilization. This is civilization staring you back in the face. Each one of those people is part of the great Iranian civilization. 6,000 years of history staring back. You may not agree with them on many things, but they have come together to tell America, America, your days as a superpower are over. You have failed. And Iran has become stronger than ever. So, viewers, this is the reason why I personally expect, over the next 4 or 5 days, complete insanity from Trump. In terms of governance and geostrategy, he's gone insane. We'll have to be very careful watching him. And I like to tell the people of the United States of America, be very careful of the man who's your president right now. He's completely lost the plot. Lost it. Let's debate.
The Iran war has resumed. US President Donald Trump has announced the end of the fragile Iran ceasefire.
Mr. President, is the ceasefire over? Is the ceasefire done? Is the MOU dead?
It's a very interesting question. To me, I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. There's something wrong with them. They're cuckoo. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
Liars, cheats, scums, cancer, and cuckoos. These were the words used by US President Donald Trump as he ripped into the Iranian leadership. US forces launched precision strikes on more than 80 military targets across Iran last night. The strikes were 5 times stronger than any of the US's previous attacks. The US said that the attacks were launched to neutralize Iran's capabilities to target commercial shipping. NATO also backed US on the strikes.
Well, I think it was absolutely necessary because when you have a ceasefire and Iran is basically violating the ceasefire, we see what happened yesterday with ships being attacked. I think it is totally crucial that the US forcefully reacts.
Iran has already vowed decisive action against the United States for violation of the peace deal.
Iran's deputy foreign minister said that Iran will act to safeguard its national interests. He added that the US's era of bullying and extortion is over. Anger against Trump has meanwhile skyrocketed in Iran. An effigy of Trump was hanged during the funeral procession of late Ayatollah Khamenei. Kill Trump posters were also seen during the funeral march. Meanwhile, Trump's announcement had a deflating impact on Indian markets. With West Asia set to burn again, rupees 8.5 lakh crore has been wiped off from Indian equities. Global markets also bled with oil price surging. Asian markets crashed with European stocks opening in red. Consequences of the war in the West Asia is felt far across the battlefield.
I think that it's very simple what's going on, but I thought I needed to look at this because, the Americans are in a state of shock when they see these crowds, And I have seen even American networks comment, how is this happening, they say. How are so many people turning up? Is this AI-generated footage? Oh, but we thought that there's going to be regime change. Regime change. Glenn Carl is with us this evening. Saurabh Shukla is with us this evening. General Bakshi is with us this evening. Fawad Azadi of the University of Tehran is with us this evening. Mohammad Khatibi is with us this evening, right? And Milad Rabbani is also going to be joining us. He's joining us sometime now? Okay. So, and Michael Patrick Mulroy, former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East under Donald Trump. Michael, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Why is Trump doing this again? Launching strikes again, using very offensive language, and having a go at it again. What is the need, and why is he doing this? What is this a reaction to?
So good to be with you, my fellow guests and your audience. I think it really came down to the fact that the memorandum of understanding was anything but a memorandum of understanding. It was, in fact, a misunderstanding, essentially on almost every component of it, including what opening the Strait of Hormuz means to us, and I think to most people. Being able to tell ships what they can and can't do to go through the Strait and then firing upon them if they don't follow your guidance is in no way opening the Strait. And I think that's become very clear to the U.S. And essentially one of the only things that the U.S. got out of the MOU, at least to start with. So right now, I think President Trump views this MOU as essentially worthless, and his only leverage is going to be one, to try to mitigate Iran's capability militarily to close the straits, and these strikes were intended to do that, hitting coastal surveillance sites, small boats, and the missile sites, and then taking away the license for Iran to be able to sell its energy, which obviously was a big benefit for them from the MOU. And I think we're seeing more of movement that would say that the naval blockade is going to go back into place. So I think we're going to go back into this stalemate type situation that we were in before.
Okay, so Mr. Mulroy, I'd just like to take Dr. Fawad Azadi, who's joining us now from Tehran, for a response. Do you accept that, Dr. Azadi? Washington's story is simple. They are saying Iran hit 3 tankers, so America hit back, right? But if you look at the map, the story falls apart because the strikes did not stay at the Strait of Hormuz. They landed on port cities, on fishing piers, on military bases deep inside Iran. So if the retaliation for a ship attack becomes an 80-target assault on Iran, then it's not retaliation anymore. Trump says, I'm not retaliating proportionately. I want to punish Iran. This is a punishment hitting. And he's saying, I'm going to hit Iran very hard tonight. What's happened? Why has it fallen apart? Dr. Azadi.
He's upset. He's very upset because of the pictures that you are showing. He wants to take over Iranian oil. This is what he has said many times. A reporter asked him, why you want to take over Iranian oil? His answer was that I'm a businessman and I like to make money, which is an insult to your viewers who are businessmen. Being a businessman doesn't mean you take over other countries' resources or cheat people. It means you make a profit, proper profit. He's very upset. He wants to take over Iranian oil, and he looks at these pictures and he says, damn, what am I going to do with all these people? Because they're not going to allow me to take over their oil. This is his problem. And that's why he's upset. Under Article 5 of MOU, Iran has said that for 60 days there are going to be no tolls, but the text is clear. It's under arrangement that Iran makes. The problem is that the U.S. wants to take over a Strait of Hormuz. And the U.S. wants to control the Strait of Hormuz. The other day, Trump said that this is a money-making machine. So now that he realizes that he cannot take over Iranian oil, he wants to make money out of the Strait of Hormuz. And that's not going to happen.
Dr. Zadi, that's one side of the story, isn't it? You see, the U.S. acted after, not before, Iran struck 3 commercial tankers. Am I right, Mohammad Khatibi? The U.S. acted after, not before, Iran struck 3 commercial tankers. So their argument is this is a self-defense response. We are not the first in the escalation cycle.
I think that Iran has said that in the MOU, that it has the complete control over the strait, and it is the United States which is trying to implement a new corridor, the Omani side, and that is why those ships were targeted. And I don't think that Iran has taken the responsibility of attacking those ships, because it is not known. The issue here is that the United States is violating the ceasefire agreement by carrying out operations against Iran, does not put a leash on Israelis on the issue of Lebanon, and also create a new corridor in the Strait of Hormuz. So this is the United States which is violating the terms of the agreement. And right now, Trump is claiming that the ceasefire is over. It was never been a ceasefire, because since the announcement, the United States and Israel continued to carry out operations against Iran, as well as
both sides, Saurabh, are accusing each other of insincerity, of not being sincere. Now, Iran's top negotiator, Ghalibaf, makes 5 specific U.S. violations of the MOU. He says, first, violating Iranian adjustments in the Strait, which is true. Second, persistent threat of further strikes, which is true. Reinstating of oil sanctions, which is true. Attacks on southern Iran, and continued Israeli aggression on Lebanon. Which one of these 5 specific American violations can you say is not true? Saurabh.
Arnab, I'll tell you what's happening, what I've gathered from our sources, both there on the ground and here in DC. There are 3 things which have happened. One, obviously, Iran, through its negotiators, had assured not only the US, but the global community that they will make sure that the Strait of Hormuz stays free. There will not be any violation, any attack of any kind in the Strait of Hormuz, which is the international waterway. They violated that big time. These were civilian ships which are passing through. I don't buy the argument, and I don't think my Iranian guest realizes that carving the Omanian side, the Strait of Hormuz is an international waterway, period. It has every ship, a merchant ship carrying oil or any other supplies, which is legitimate, has full right to pass through the ship. If you fire at that, that's a violation of the ceasefire, that's a violation of the MOU. And any other country has a full right to respond to that. That's one. Second thing, the IRGC are frustrated that they will be forced to give away the nuclear option. That's the reason why there is a certain section, there is a fractured Iranian leadership here, which one hand, the president wants to make a deal. There are other within.
Where is the fracture? No. 1 minute. Saurabh, where is the fractured Iranian people? Where is the divided Iranian leadership? Please show me. You see these visuals, Saurabh. You see these visuals, Saurabh. You see the same things I do. You see the same things I do. Can I get Milad on the left, please? Thank you. Milad, does Saurabh see the same visuals I do? I see an ocean of people. I say this is.
So nobody is denying that, but people are there. But
so
basically, is controlling. They have hijacked these negotiations. They don't want to give away the nuclear option. That's the bottom line.
Can I get Milad?
You have to realize that they agreed to it during the negotiations. They have walked away, and that's the reason why this attack has happened.
Saurabh, I get Milad. Milad, you heard Saurabh? Yeah. Did you hear him, Milad?
Yes. Can you hear me?
So, what is this really about? I feel that Trump is overreacting to something. He's been provoked by something. And Trump is a very impulsive person, right? I feel personally, Saurabh, this is not about the fine-tuning of the MOU. He is damn angry when he sees the number of people who've turned up for the funeral of Khomeini. It is a fact. Milad, what do you think has happened? What's gone wrong? Why is the war back?
Thank you for having me, and I'm so happy to see you, Mr. Arnab, again. And after this, I need to go because today I'm super busy, and I managed to dedicate the time for you, and I'm happy for that. What I can tell you regarding of the question is I don't understand Trump, actually, totally. And the people who, even we can understand Trump, but we cannot understand the people who choose and voted for him. And what kind of people choose this person as president? It's really confusing in the world of politics. And the other thing I can understand is there any advisor in Iran for Trump? Because they had the chance for a regime change, and he destroyed it, completely destroyed. And by that, he betrayed to the Iranian people and to any people who has a vow and promise for freedom of Iran. And Iranian regime, as I mentioned before first, this agreement actually is very, very fragile, and we are seeing now. I mentioned this more than 2 months ago. And regarding of the escalation of war, it's very obvious. It's very obvious this regime needs this war. This war is the philosophical concept of this regime. If this war is ended, what the hardliners in Iran, the Paydarchi groups, what they have, what they can deceive the people. But regarding of the Iranian regime, I believe they have three capability. With this three capability, Trump cannot do huge things. First, this regime can protect its borders. Second, they have the power to suppress the people. And third is they can prevent an international consensus against them. So the result is this regime can prevent Trump. And the only answer I have for these wars and conflicts from Trump's side is when there is fluctuation in the markets and you know the direction of these fluctuations, when you know when the price of oil goes up and when it comes down, you can make money for yourself. And I believe the only answer I can have for Trump that doing these stupid and crazy things is to make money for himself and the people who are around him, and they have an interest in that. That's
what I believe. But and Mr. Arnab, if I leave,
I do understand.
I'm sorry,
Thank you, Milad. Thank you, Milad.
You're welcome.
Glenn and General Bakshi. So we are in a complicated situation now. Glenn Carl is a former senior U.S. intelligence officer, and everyone knows General Bakshi, one of the most respected defense experts. Mr. Carl, we were just getting a breather when things have gone back to square one. Has this happened too soon? Is this too reactionary? Now, Iran says that America revoked the oil sale license. That was a violation of the MOU's Article 10. That seems to be the most important point for Iran. And America wouldn't have done that unless it realized that, things have to go under. So if Trump deliberately wants to sabotage the MOU, that's the first thing he would do, is revoke the oil sale license. Right? Was there a need to do this?
The way I would look at this is the way I look at all international negotiations. For that matter, all negotiations, although in international ones, there's always the potential use of force and violence, where within a state, the states have the monopoly of violence, but between states, no. So one should expect that both parties will pursue their objectives despite any nominal agreement, if they are able to continue to pursue their interests. Even parties that lose a war will agree to something and then try to define the agreement in such a way that preserves their own interests and allows them to be advanced. So that's really what's happening on both sides. And the Iranians realize that they have really pretty well cleared the board. They have won historic concessions from Trump because Trump is unwilling to use the means the United States does have, which would only be, frankly, American soldiers someplace on the ground to force Iran to change its policies. The agreements otherwise are secondary on both sides, and that's really what is happening. So Iran has the upper hand, and Trump realizes this and is in a bind because he doesn't have an easy way. He only has one way to really change the dynamic, and that way is unacceptable for him because the United States are unlikely to accept sustained casualties for a long period of time.
Yeah. I was just comparing the two things out here, and I'm not saying this with any sense of disrespect to the American government, but there are two visuals which were very striking. And the two visuals that were there was the turnout, millions of people turning out for Khomeini's funeral, which I believe, I may be right or wrong, everyone on, I want the visuals to play. It was as much a mourning for Ayatollah Khomeini as it potentially also looked to be a celebration of an Iranian victory against a country that claimed to be a superpower. And on the other hand, General Bakshi, I saw some very sad pictures coming in from Washington, different parts of America, when nobody turned up for the 250th birthday party of the United States of America because it got so politicized, America is so divided. There were pictures of hardly 200 or 300 people there, when arrangements had been made for hundreds of thousands of people to gather in Washington. About 200 people turned up, and it was a complete embarrassment for Donald Trump. See, nationalism being at the core, I think there's something deeper driving all this, General Bakshi. But there's something very deep driving this.
On the 4th of July, listen, hang on. Let me fact check you on that. That's not true at all. So you may, obviously, this is a contrast in a very different scenario. So don't compare. On the 4th of July, there were a lot of people, despite the fact there was a thunderstorm here in DC and people turned up.
I'll tell you, I just want to,
you should have the onus should be on you to present the correct picture.
Thank you for attempting to fact check me. Thank you for saying that Trump's birthday party was successful. But let me just tell you one thing. General Bakshi, please, the visuals, please, General Bakshi is on. See, let's not be more loyal than the king out here. Everybody knows what happened in this 250th birthday party. It was an absolute spectacular failure. And I began by saying, no disrespect for the country, but the country is divided, confused. And do you think people in America are not seeing the visuals from Tehran? Even Fox News has been surprised and shocked at the number of people in Tehran. If you compare it to the population of Tehran, do you know, General Bakshi, what it is? Whatever the population, this is about 2 to 3% of the population of the country has turned up. I said 2 to 3% of the population of India is 30 million. Imagine for 350. Imagine tomorrow if 35 million Indians got together in one place. It's huge. General Bakshi, something deeper is going on. I mean, Trump is really irritated at something, What is going on here?
Arnab, I totally concur. The simple fact is that Donald Trump and Netanyahu were saying the people of Iran are just waiting to revolt, throw off this regime. Kindly have a look. How many Shah supporters do you see here? They are out in the millions, the people of Iran, showing they have rallied around the flag. All that the American and Israeli strikes, murdering of the Ayatollah, his granddaughter, his wife and children have achieved is to make the people of Iran rally around the flag. Arnab, I would like to put things in perspective. What is the first clause of the MOU? What does it state? It states the US, Iran and their allies declare an immediate and permanent end to this war on all fronts, including Lebanon, and agree not to use force or threaten force against each other and ensure territorial integrity and sovereignty of Lebanon. What was the first thing that was violated? Israel refused to accept this ceasefire. It has been doing its damn best to wreck this ceasefire from day one. Donald Trump said, no, I am in charge. I am the one who calls the shots. It is now quite clear who calls the shots. It is the Jewish Israeli lobby, the Zionist lobby that funds the elections of Donald Trump and the congressman who is calling shots in Washington. Donald Trump has been forced to resign from his ceasefire. But there is one bitter fact that I would like to state. Arnab, please give me the chance to say that. Why was Donald Trump forced into accepting this ceasefire and MOU? The heads of the CEOs of the American oil companies, Chevron, ExxonMobil, etc., went to him and said, so far, all the nations of the world have staved off economic disaster by dipping into their strategic oil reserves. These are down to last 4 weeks. Before they sputter out, the world will have to replenish their strategic petroleum reserves. That means the demand for oil will suddenly surge and the price of oil could go up to $150 to $200 a barrel. That would spell doom, disaster, catastrophe for the global economy, including the American economy, including the Indian economy. It was Donald Trump, this logic, that forced him to go sign the MOU, go for a ceasefire, try and get the Gulf of Hormuz opened as soon as possible so that the world would not fall desperately short of oil. 22% of the global oil would not be off the shelves and spell not just a recession, but a global depression of the scale of 1928.
Now, if I look at this,
General Bakshi, Arnab, we've got to wake up and smell the coffee.
If I'm looking forward right now, I'm just trying to understand what the Iranian mind is. I want to go to Dr. Rizadi once again, General Bakshi. Dr. Rizadi, my sense is that this public show of support is very important for the present leadership in Iran, right? One, there is no regime change. Two, the people have come out in very large numbers. It's a massive show of nationalism in Iran. And if I combine that with the present response, which has just come, Glenn, Iran has just responded to Trump. And you know what the response is? Iran is saying, we are fully ready to fully control the Hormuz Strait now. We will control the Strait of Hormuz. We will strike the number of targets that you hit. And we will open the strait according to our own arrangements. So now it's over. Now, what do you see happening next from the Iranian side, Dr. Izadi? And if America takes the war to an all-new level, are you prepared?
Yes, you had these leaks by the U.S. intelligence community. We had the New York Times, Washington Post reporting that at the end of the war, Iran had kept 70% of its missile capacity in the last few months. That has increased. So Iran's ability to defend itself is quite extensive. And this is the problem that the Americans and Israelis had. They thought Iran is weak. Iran is weaker in comparison to, say, 3 or 4 years ago, but Iran is not weak. Iran has the ability to defend itself. And I think this time around, everybody in Iran realizes that there is no diplomatic solution after Iran giving Trump an off-ramp and him not using it. And I think Iran's response is going to be much more forceful. I think the oil installations in the southern part of the Persian Gulf, the installations that have American investment will be hit in a manner that they will not be able to fix it for at least 2 or 3 years, making sure that oil prices are going to stay up, as the general said, $150, $200 for at least 2-3 years. This is going to be Iran's response. Let me also remind you that we had about 40-degree temperature, very hot summer in Iran as normal. The Iranian weather is close to Indian weather. And we had millions of people coming out and celebrating. I agree with you, Arnab. They are mourning and celebrating the fact that Iran was able to withstand pressure from 2 nuclear regimes. And they did not have any limitations. They hit schools, they hit hospitals, they hit roads. It is Trump that said they hit about $2 trillion worth of infrastructure damage, mostly civilian. So this is a celebration. There is a culture of resistance in Iran. 1979 revolution was a popular revolution. And after 47 years, you see these people coming out. This is what Netanyahu asked the Iranians to do, to come to the streets in millions, and they did, but they're shouting against Netanyahu and Trump. These two men have managed to unite Iranians more than any Iranian politician could ever do. So if I were Trump, I would do America first. This is not America's war. This is an Israeli operation using American soldiers. Israel is trying to create a hegemony here so Israel can push the countries of this region around. You see how Netanyahu is talking about Turkey. And they want to use this region resources to push independent large countries like India around. They don't like big countries. They don't like powerful countries. They want to use the resources of the Persian Gulf. Next time India wants to have an independent foreign policy, Trump would say that we will cut down the amount of oil that India can import from the Persian Gulf. So Iran is fighting for Iran. Iran is fighting for India. Iran is fighting for the civilized world. Americans are fighting for Israel and the Epstein class. And this is what you are seeing on your television screens. The Epstein class is not going to be able to control Iran.
There are people who believe, those who are on the American side, Glenn, that Iran is incapable of de-escalation. What we are hearing tonight, Glenn, is a more assertive Iran. More assertive. more confident perhaps in the fact that it has been able to execute a large show of public support.
Yes, and let me remind you that the Strait of Hormuz is not international waters. These are Iranian territorial waters. You read the UN Convention on Law of Seas. Countries get 12 miles of territorial waters and 12 miles of contiguous zone.
No. Are you saying that you think?
Altogether.
No. See, we are concerned because oil prices are up by 6%. Billions are wiped out. We are concerned about the supply chain. We are concerned about the global business. And let me tell you, this is not a two-way street. I mean, the whole world is concerned. But can Trump afford this? Aren't the midterms coming very precariously close, Mr. Karl? Does he not have other factors to look at? You know, and by Trump's own admission, the low oil price was buying him time. It was getting better for him politically. He should have looked at the domestic economy, the domestic situation, but that he's tripped on something. You know, he's really got angry at something. And my only feeling is it's those pictures of the Khomeini funeral. It seems he's not listening to reason anymore.
I don't go quite to the pictures of the funeral, although they are a rebuff to everything Trump has claimed. But anyone who's paid any attention for the past decade shouldn't take what Trump says except as positional statements, really. What's happened is that he is in a bind. The military actions short of engaging ground forces actually to overthrow the Iranian regime did not work. And in fact, America succeeded, as the gentleman before said, I agree with at least this part of his comments, in bringing the Iranian regime more stability, frankly. It was on the edge, overwhelmingly repudiated and detested by the Iranian people. And today it represents the Iranian nation and civilization attacked from without. And in almost all circumstances, all peoples rally to the flag, as it were, when they are threatened from outside. So Trump is in a bind because
but you see that poster there, Glenn, kill Trump. You know, the poster there. See, there are 2.5 million people carrying this poster. Kill Trump. You know, and you have 70 countries, including the most important countries of the world, the most significant, China, Russia, India, you know, even Iraq sent a big delegation, and they were the Iraqi delegation with whom Iran has fought a war for years. They were seen sobbing out there at the funeral. So somewhere they've had this diplomatic show of strength, public show of strength. Yeah. And I'm sure that's irritating Trump a lot.
Well, it is, but he really doesn't care about anything but himself. So what really irritates him is that closing the straits increases strains economically and threatens him domestically. And as you say, rightly, the American elections are approaching in November, and indications are negative for Trump and the Republicans. That's what's driving him. Of course, it is insulting to him or hurtful, embarrassing to Trump that there's such a large demonstration of solidarity for the Iranian regime. But I'll point out that the Americans have succeeded for a second time in 25 years in engaging in a war in the Middle East with the express objective of pushing back Iranian influence with the actual consequence of having extended
Iranian influence
in the region.
Has Iranian influence, just picking up on your description of Iranian influence, General Bakshi, gone down or up? My sense is, when I see this, what happened over the last few days leading up to tomorrow, I believe global Iranian influence has gone up, and legitimacy for Iran's actions has gone up. I haven't seen this kind of support for America.
You are spot on, Arnab. Look at what Professor Robert Pape, Professor Mearsheimer, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, well-read American pundits of geopolitics are saying. Iran has emerged much stronger from this war than it had started. It now has control over the Gulf of Hormuz. And that is thanks to geography. You can't change geography of the Gulf. The entire northern coast of the Gulf is the Iranian shore, lined with cliffs. You can't change that geography. Donald Trump will have to put minimum 200,000 troops just to secure the coastline. And that could lead to fighting, as per the leaks given by Pentagon to the Washington Post. 18 months of fighting, 15 to 20,000 body bags. Can the United States afford it in a midterm election here? Whom are you trying to kid? You want to do a regime change? When America had to attack Iraq, it had to put in 750,000 boots on the ground. Gulf War I, 1991. Iran is 4 times the size of Iraq. Iraq was flat desert terrain. The Abrams could go anywhere. This is Zagros Mountains, Elburz Mountains. Give us military men a break, man. We know our basics. You can't fool the rest of the world.
Yeah.
Do you have 1 million troops to throw at Iran? You don't. In a month of Sundays, you don't. It was stupid to start a war based on the fact that air power alone would get you a regime change.
Also equally, and look at that graph there, ladies and gentlemen. That's the viewership right now, which shows the moment we start the debate, you see the streaming traffic, so many people following this debate across India. You see that graph there. It tells me, Mohammad Khatibi, that people are concerned in India and across the country. People watching this debate are concerned. But my question to you, Mr. Khatibi, is America, does it have more support because Egypt, Qatar, Jordan, Kuwait jointly condemning your attacks? Oman, which is a traditional Iran-friendly mediator, is also taking a very strong line against you.
I think the blame should be put on United States, and I think these countries are trying to pressure the United States because they are burning because of the United States, and they are being attacked because of the United States bases in the region. Iran is not trying to invade any of these countries. Iran acted rationally during the war, as seen during the war. Iran opened up the Strait for non-hostile nations, including India, Turkey, and others. It didn't target these countries because it has animosity against them, but because their US bases are stationed there, and the United States is using those bases to target Iran. Iran cannot sit back and watch its infrastructure to be destroyed. Iran cannot sit back and watch thousands of people, school children, to be killed. And Iran wants to say, enough is enough. Iran will not bow down to United States maximalist demands because the people, as you said, in millions turned out and demanded the government and the state to retaliate. And
it's sorry to interrupt because limited time. I want to go back once to Saurabh and then wrap up with Dr. Azadi. You know, what I'm learning here is it's a classic study of diplomacy and statecraft and geostrategy. It's an individual dealing with a state, the individual being Trump and the state being Iran. Iran is responding as a nation, as a government, in a more certain way, in a more, you could say, canny way, in a more steady way. And look at where they've come. They've come to a point where they've got a lot of international support. Those they don't have open support from support them through clandestine means, right? They have emerged stronger. And look at those images of water being sprayed on millions of people, 2.5 million people turning out. See, Saurabh, you shouldn't... it's been, Saurabh, you remember where we were on the 28th of February? On the 28th of February, Saurabh, 28th of February, on the unfortunate day when Ayatollah Khomeini was killed, you and many people felt it was over in 4 to 5 days, right? It was quick in and out. It didn't happen.
Absolutely. And I stand here, and I say in front of everybody, I agree with General Bakshi that there have been certain tactical errors here. And I can tell you that on the public front, the fact that the United States could not deploy troops on the ground, because obviously President Trump had his compulsions, has led to this. Because a lot of people, the groundswell of support of pro-democracy, anti-regime protesters, which was there earlier, was quelled in the first few days. So certainly, you see here a country which obviously has got united because of the fact that you could not get those people who were supporting democracy to support them, because of the fact that there was no option to send in ground troops. And the reality is, even today, President Trump, with the midterm approaching so fast, the party leaders telling him that
you know what will happen to the energy crisis. You know what will happen to the energy crisis as Europe prepares for winter? You see, now this point was made here. You got to accept here that the Iranians are a very resilient people, right? You can imagine this? The weather in Tehran just maybe around, maybe even hotter than Delhi is right now, right? And so many people turning up. So, okay, let me give 30 seconds to Mr. Rizadi, right? Give me your prediction for the next couple of days. If, in a brief nugget, if Iran gets hit very badly tonight and people get killed, what will the Iranian government do?
They have no other choice. These are politicians, elected politicians. The parliament speaker is elected, the president is elected by these people. You see all these red flags. You may not be able to see the writings on the flags. They ask for revenge. And if the United States continues these type of attacks, Iranian politicians have no other choice but to respond in a manner to satisfy these people, and they're going to do that.
So my sense is thank you for that. My sense is things are going to get worse. I think we all need to steady our ships. Not good news for India. We are facing a lot of financial difficulty on the forex front, on the markets front. We were just about to get out of it. Not good.
Absolutely. For nobody.
It's not good. I'm very concerned, but I think it's being handled very recklessly by Trump. And I think the American government, state machinery, which has over years, they have institutions to control this kind of recklessness. What's happened to them? What's happened to America? I mean, you find this was a country that was so steady, it was almost unpredictable. And now you have this Kash Patel type FBI, you have Trump type presidency, Pete Hegseth type Department of War or whatever it is. It's very worrying. I thank you all very much. Thank you all very much for joining us tonight. As they say, there's an old Paul Robeson song, we're in the same boat, brother. At the end of the day, we're in the same boat, brother. And ironically, it was a great American singer who sang that. I'll take a break. When I'm back tonight, why we are very upset with Meta and why Meta should stay in line.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Papa. सॉरी यार गलती हो गई है ये चोट खर्चा वर्चा
अरे लास्ट बॉल पे छक्का भी तुम्हारा
छक्का
सब कैशलेस हो गया है हाँ
ला भाई मेरा बैट वो अभी तो ठीक हुआ तू अभी तो चार्ज हुआ यार बैट किसका है
टाटा AIG है तो भरोसा है
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to listen to a scream. A scream coming from across the line of control. A scream coming from the tortured, hungry and angry people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And I want to tell them tonight, that we are with you. I want you to notice.
Papa.
सॉरी यार गलती हो गई है ये चोट खर्चा वर्चा अरे लास्ट बॉल पे छक्का भी तुम्हारा छक्का सब कैशलेस हो गया है हाँ
ला भाई मेरा बैट वो अभी तो ठीक हुआ तू जो डिस्चार्ज हुआ यार बैट किसका है
टाटा AIG है तो भरोसा है
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड
Shame on Meta. Shame on Mark Zuckerberg. Shame on every member of the senior management of Meta.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, Meta, that is Mark Zuckerberg's trillion dollar plus company, in my view has no morals, no ethics, no values. It's in a state of denial. And they think they are so big they can do anything in India. And I want to tell them tonight, this is Bharat, this is India, this is not a free market for you, Mark Zuckerberg. You violated every single human value by allowing Meta, Insta, and your platforms to become the center of child sexual abuse material, to become a center of child pornography, child sexual abuse material. And we've been at the Republic Media Network, consistently, persistently, and with a great amount of detail, exposing how Meta has become a center of child sexual abuse material, in which content that is aimed at, created by, and for pedophiles not only exists, but is being encouraged through the algorithmic process. Can you imagine? Young children being exploited, children of our country being exploited, being abused, being sexually ravaged. And these videos are being put on Insta and Meta. And these companies then go on to make a lot of money about it. You may be asking, why is Republic the only media organization in India asking these questions? I'll tell you why. Because we are not owned by corporates. We don't do business deals, you see, with corporate business deals with Meta. We are an independent network. And that's why we are asking the questions. The others are talking about irrelevant things, ladies and gentlemen. But we are asking the questions that impact you, impact your families, impact us as a country, and we are asking it deliberately, passionately, and Meta today, I'm happy, has been forced to respond, but their response is remorseless. 41,377 words of a remorseless statement. Because they know they are in trouble in India. They know the Republic Media Network is a very popular, large, independent network. And they know they can't push back my reporters. Over the last few days, they've been pushing back Republic reporters from Hyderabad to Gurugram. Now they've put out an office from their center in the United States of America. And they're saying that, it's very bad. It's bad crime. It's very bad. We're really working hard to take away this child sexual abuse. And we're trying our best. And then they're saying that we put out an India monthly transparency report, and they say we are working with some tech global coalition to share signals of child abuse. But the sum total of their statement is this. They have admitted through this statement, Mr. Zuckerberg, Meta has admitted that child sexual abuse material exists on your platforms. And that admission is a big admission. Now they expect to go to the government of India in 3 days and say, see, we know there's a lot of bad things, child sexual abuse material, but give us more time. Let us apologize. And I think the government should give them no more time. Should not let them get away with an apology. Should not let them buy time because, they've broken our trust. We can't trust them. The people of India don't trust Meta. And I want to tell the people of India, if you think they're here to help you, no, they're here in India to make money. And if you think it's okay to let them make money by exploiting children in India, I think we should just start by saying no. Ladies and gentlemen, what are they saying in this statement? Let me take up a few statements. They say, child exploitation is a horrific crime and we work aggressively to fight this kind of abuse both on and off our platforms. Rubbish, a bunch of lies. Work aggressively? Where and when did they fight aggressively? Internal reports have shown they did precious little. So don't lie, Mark Zuckerberg, don't lie. This is India, not Silicon Valley. You won't get away here in India, not with Republic. Then they say, we're aware of the recent reports about Instagram ads in India that violated our policies, and we take these concerns seriously. We never want this content on our platforms. Want? You say you don't want child sexual abuse material on Instagram? Then why is it there? Why are you allowing it? Why is this content on your platform in the first place? Liars, these Meta people. Then they say, our subsequent investigation led to additional action, including removing further ads, disabling accounts, and blocking URLs linked to policy violating content. This is so inaccurate, ladies and gentlemen. They say that it is inaccurate to suggest we knowingly and deliberately target ads featuring children to people who are pedophilic, etc. Meta, such liars. This is exactly what happened. There are reports that your chatbots engage in sexual role-play chats with users, and it includes minors. Can you deny that? Child safety issues have been flagged multiple times by your own UX researchers. Were their voices suppressed? And you know what, viewers across India? You know what? Meta in America gets away by paying $300, $400, $500 million. It's loose change for Mark Zuckerberg. I say, what is our responsibility? We're talking about Viksit Bharat. We're talking about the demographic dividend. If our children get exploited by Mark Zuckerberg because he wants to make money, why don't we bring him here? There's a big market. Put 5 cameras on him. Put him through a parliamentary process of questioning like it happens in America. And if nothing else, I would like to ask the Meta team not to be afraid of Republic. Send your India head or send your global head to my studio. He'll sit right here next to me. Right here next to me. It's an offer. Bring Mark Zuckerberg here if he has the guts, or put him out on a virtual line. I will interview him on behalf of our viewers. but don't lie to the people of India. You have been caught red-handed. You say that you got automated and manual reviews to enforce your policies. This is completely wrong. When we reported this content, you said, and I quote, that it does not violate our community guidelines. When we said, this is bad material, you said it does not violate our community guidelines. So you have one, maybe you didn't know it was from Republic. You see, you have one position in public and one position in private. Publicly, you use all this woke, politically correct stuff. In reality, you allow child abuse, child sexual abuse, child pornographic content, massive amounts of pornographic content because you think it drives traffic. And if you say no, that is not the case, then here is an open offer from me on India's largest news network. Mark Zuckerberg, do you have the guts to face me? Do you? I think not, but my offer is open. Mark Zuckerberg or their India head should come to my studio and face me. And I'll carry it live and unedited. Open offer. Will they take it? Do you think they'll take it? Let's see. For now, let's debate.
For 3 days now, Republic's investigation has exposed child sexual abuse material that continues to be hosted on Meta's platforms, Instagram and Facebook.
I don't know what's wrong with Meta, but something is completely wrong with them. They're a company in denial. Somebody from Meta sends us pretty stupid email back to Republic saying, can you tell us what the URLs of the accounts and content you're talking about is so we can review them? I want to tell Meta, are you out of your mind? Don't you have any common sense? If you are allowing, encouraging, and your algorithms are allowing, possibly promoting child sexual abuse material, you're asking us to tell you, you can't find out what kind of exploitation of children, exploitation of child sexual abuse material. We owe you no explanation. You, on the other hand, Meta, owe it to the people of India. Sooner than later, in your interest, to pull back all that, acknowledge the crime you've been doing, and apologize to the people of India and the world.
The Republic investigation has forced Meta to finally issue a statement. But in the statement, an acknowledgement of failures. And statistics thrown off the volumes of child sexual abuse material available online. The government of India is watching. Sources in the government have today responded to the investigation. Republic's investigation on the third straight day has found more such material still accessible on Instagram and very freely available. Distressing visuals of toddlers and minors in compromising positions continue to be available on Instagram and Facebook. As of this moment, Republic's investigation shows the problem has not gone away. The pressure on Meta is mounting, and so are the questions over its ability to protect children online. And most importantly, adhere to the laws in India.
So, this open admission by Meta, and Meta, by the way, Meta, earlier known as Facebook, owner of Instagram. So maybe if I would say shame on Insta, it would work better, right? But it's Instagram, ladies and gentlemen, right? So Instagram and Meta, whatever this is, they have come together and they wanted to be an artificial intelligence company. They don't have common sense. They have admitted Sohail. It's a big thing, viewers. I welcome Sohail Seth, Brinda Adige is great social activist, Shazia Almi of the BJP national spokesperson, BJP, India's ruling party, taking a strong position on this, right? Going after Meta on this. Very good. Santosh Mehrotra wants more on this. He says government's not doing enough. Ye dil mange more. I agree with you. Ye dil mange more. We have Chirag Sethi, national spokesperson of Aam Aadmi Party. AAP is never happy with BJP at anything it does. So he's anti-government on this. I hope you're going to be anti-Meta. NS Napina is not just a senior advocate at the Supreme Court, but she believes that Meta's algorithm does not support such content. I disagree with her. And Meghna Bal is director of SEA Center. It's a tech policy think tank, right? She thinks platforms are not at fault. I'm opening with Sohail because he's got the provocative angle always to start the debate. So Sohail, Meta says that child exploitation is a horrific crime. It's very bad. We feel very bad. We work aggressively, blah, blah, blah. Woke statement 1, woke statement 2, woke statement 3, left liberal statement 4, crying about human rights 5. But it continues. It's very bad. Like murder is very bad, but we'll let it happen. Right? That's their position as of today. But they've admitted it's going on in India. Sohail Seth, please start the debate.
So you have someone from the policy tech think tank here. The issue is not about curtailing people's rights or democracy or the freedom of the press, blah, blah, blah. Meta has been known to be a repeat offender in everything that it does. Please don't forget what happened between Meta and the EU, Meta and the United Kingdom on election manipulation. That case was heard by the Congress in the United States, where Mark Zuckerberg apologized and admitted to interference with elections. The problem, Arnab, is that this is all being driven for eyeballs. And what works for eyeballs doesn't necessarily mean that it is either humane or ethical. The tragedy is that a lot of companies and a lot of countries actually do not want to take the Metas of this world on for 2 reasons. One, exactly what you said. Second, because there's corporate interest, there's, other kinds of interest. The second, which is even more important, they don't want to take the Metas on because they believe having Meta on their side is important for their pecuniary reasons, whatever those may be. Let's imagine I'm a political party called X. I will not want to take Meta on because I could use Meta to manipulate feelings, emotions, narratives over a period of time. And this is not something that I'm telling you for the first time. It's been established. Mark Zuckerberg admitted to it in the hearings in the Congress, in the US Congress. There were fines which Meta paid. Do you remember, Arnab, Nick Clegg, who was at one time the Deputy Prime Minister of the United Kingdom? His job after demitting office of the Deputy Prime Minister of the United Kingdom was to be the chief communications or liaison person for Meta. That's how they infiltrate and intervene in any system that they want to intervene in. My problem is not with Meta. My problem is that the government of India has laid out certain rules. You either abide by those rules or you don't abide by the rules. That's number one. Number two, I'm not here to say whether BJP is right, Aam Aadmi Party is right, Santosh is right. There are courts of law in our country. If Meta has a problem, if Meta believes it's censorship or interference or intervention, Meta can go to the courts. So it's not that they have no recourse to the law in this country. We're not a banana republic when I last checked. Our Supreme Court is available for them to take recourse to if they believe that they're not following any, if they're not contravening any laws of India. But the impunity with which big tech of America works needs to be stopped. The arrogance with which they do business needs to be curtailed. And they need to be told that you have to follow the laws of the land, every sovereign country that you operate in. You are not the United Nations of the world of technology, where you can do what the hell you want, not be accountable, and yet to make a run for it. That's the limited point in my opening remarks.
Okay, now I want to make a point here. Everyone, these big tech companies are very smart. They operate in very shady ways. Actually, they're not smart, they are shady. They are anti-nationalism. They have a Justin Trudeau approach to life. In fact, Justin Trudeau would make a very good replacement for Mark Zuckerberg. And anything you question them, they have in different countries, And it's true, Meghna knows, Miss Napinai knows, Chirag knows, in different countries they have woke lobbies everywhere. And they have got people, they've got a global mechanism. Through one phone call or one message from America, Silicon Valley, these people will come and start screaming, Brahminical patriarchy, down with Hindutva, free speech is being curtailed. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? It's true. It's a standard drama they do. Only, Meghna, in this case, they can't do the drama because they can't do drama when children are being exploited sexually and CSAM is being put on their apps. Otherwise, by now, Sohail, I can tell you, Meghna, they would have been going crazy, articles, editorials, tweets, human rights, we are not being able to operate. Even Elon Musk would have tweeted for them, maybe not Elon Musk, everyone else. But this time it's not working because it's child sexual abuse material. You've seen the statement. Is the only option, Meghna, to shut down Meta in India for some time till they fall in line?
So, thank you, Arnab, for having me on your show. I'd like to say something about CSAM is something that is unacceptable across the world. It's, I think, the only content aside from terror content that is globally unacceptable. There is a common standard there. Now, what we see on Meta and other platforms, so when we consider CSAM, we have to consider cyberspace as a whole because it is a whole of cyberspace problem. It is not only, you may have found it on Meta, but we constantly investigate these platforms. We are constantly on these platforms investigating different kinds of platforms. And
when you investigate, what do you find about, this kind of content? Do you see the same things we do? Children being sexually exploited and that kind of stuff being algorithmically promoted?
So what we find is that it is an adversarial environment that you're dealing with.
No, these are all words. These are all words. Is their child? No, these are all words. Adversarial, very legally safe. Let's talk normally, no? Meghna, is there? No. Our children, okay. No, 1 minute. Adversarial, this, I know. See, listen, I haven't been trained in law, but I have been through so many cases filed on me. I'm a half lawyer and an aspiring lawyer. See, let's talk like normal people. Children being exploited makes for the kind of content that unfortunately goes viral. And pornography makes for a large chunk of content that goes viral. So if you take the people, 1 minute. So if you take pornography, child pornography, sexual abuse, child sexual abuse, perversion, sexually perverse content of these platforms, then a lot of traffic will go. Okay. Now, when you're caught red-handed, you say, when you're caught red-handed for first day, second day, third day, you say it will die down, nothing will happen, our lawyers. Fifth, sixth day, you begin to think, oh my God. Seventh day, you say, you put out this pious statement. But they don't say they'll do anything. Substantial statement.
So if I may, what we found is that relative to other platforms, enforcement on Meta is actually pretty robust. But
do you work with Meta, Meghna? Do you work with Meta?
No, we do not. We do not work with
Meta. So what is the definition of robust?
When I say robust, I mean that when we report something, the takedown happens almost immediately when we find some problematic content. But on other platforms,
then why did they respond? Why do they respond saying in their view it does not violate community guidelines?
I guess there is a process of review that is
undergone. The process of review is aimed at obstructing this kind of stuff?
If I may. For instance, I think a couple of years ago it had come out that a lot of CSAM was being reported from India. So I think law enforcement had a conversation with all these platforms and it was found that a lot of what was presumed was CSAM was actually just taken out of context. So it would be, let's say, a child being given a bath by her parents, but even that was being reported as CSAM. So it is a complex process of reporting, which is why I guess they have a review process. But the point is that
so you're saying that the people of 1 minute, Meghna, now this is going into a crazy situation. It's like saying, this is trying to be smart. I'm sorry, I'm just being very blunt. Not you, Meta.
Yeah.
No, but it's like saying that, see, you think this is child pornography, you think this is perverted content, you're perverted to be thinking like that. Yeah, 1 minute. And if I'm not describing, Meghna, the kind of content. I'm not showing the kind of content. You see on the screen we have blurred everything out. But let me tell you, this is seriously perverse, child pornographic, child abuse material. You can't, now what Meta is doing is, it's pushing it back to the people of India, Shazia, and saying, I don't think there's anything wrong. I think you've got this closed mind. You're narrow-minded. You're the pervert. Be liberal. Be woke. Have an open mind. Let people experiment with child assault, child sexual exploitation. Right? Why do you think it's not cool? That's the kind of attitude they're giving us. Shazia, your response.
Thank you so much, Arnab. And I would like to really, bust some of the claims being made by Neha, who has something to do with the world of Meghna. So first of all, I mean, when there is no ambiguity on what we're discussing, the seriousness of it and what this means really. So let's get that clear. Let's not be sweet about it and say, oh, stuff that could have been child abuse but actually was not. There is no ambiguity on the matter whatsoever. The laws of the land, whether it's POCSO or the Digital Act, are very, very clear. And Meta claims to be one of the richest technologies, richest companies. It has the best and most sophisticated AI technologies for detection. So I find it very shocking that in 24 hours, 1.9 lakh accounts have now been looked into or are being suspended. This only after the matter has been reported. So clearly, either the AI systems were not working or Meta didn't care. And tell me, would Meta be like this in Europe? Would Meta do this in America? But we are the largest consumers. We are the biggest nationality or nation who pays you the most. You get all your money from us. And how dare you endanger the life of our children? And the question every Indian parent wants to know is no longer about corporate wars and the tech wars and the revenue and the acts. Every Indian parent would want to ask, and they would ask the Indian government this question too, as to why would we allow this tech giant to be there? And forget many other matters, but child abuse and content like that, and not just that, this is content, this is stuff that is, they're paid advertisements, which are carrying traffic, users towards child sexual abuse material. I mean, this is a no-no in so many ways. It's pretty horrific. And this kind of failure or negligence cannot be accepted. These are not random posts, they are paid advertisements. And somewhere in the meta system, when you take on ads, somebody approved of them, right? Some algorithms help redistribute it or direct the traffic. How did that happen? And what would Meta have to say if this happened in North America? In America,
they would act in America. They would act in America. Ms. Napinai, the truth is this, Brinda, Ms. Napinai, they would not dare to do this in America. They are allowing this to be done to Indian children. They are allowing child pornographic, and you can't call it child pornographic. Children don't, take these decisions. They're being exploited. So child sexual abuse is a better word. They're allowing it to happen. And now they are giving us as the holier than thou statement, as noted in our ad standards, all ads must comply with community standards on child sexual exploitation. Just by saying this one line, Ms. Napinai, they think their responsibility is over. Why did the material get uploaded? Why is there nothing? They're trying to rebrand themselves as an AI company. Do they not have the technology to track the material on their own? Cut it off rather than allow it to be amplified?
Arnab, 3 days back or so when I was on your show, I said this and I repeat myself now. It's zero tolerance for child sexual abuse material globally. Secondly, I have clearly said that when it comes to paid ads, Meta will have to be held liable, and that government needs to look at why it's only wrapping them on the knuckles with notice, etc. Why are they not considering a criminal prosecution? So I think there was some error in your statement about my stand on this, so I wanted to clarify this. I want to bring in something here. In 2017, the Supreme Court in a suo moto case of N. Ray Prajwala, letter dated so-and-so, etc., orders were passed in October 2017, which were consensus orders. Meta was part of that conversation. A committee was formed and they were part of it. The committee report was captured as an order, and the order states that all these platforms will take efforts to have specific reporting buttons for CSAM and rape and gang rape videos. We'll leave the rest of it apart, but let's come back to CSAM. Now, when you have a specific reporting button, whether it's content on the platform per se or through paid ads, we will be able to report it, and then the platform has to take it down because it's reported as CSAM. They cannot give statements like, oh, it may or may not be, it could be, we still have to verify. There is no question of community standards then, etc. There is a commitment saying
No.
evolving on
Ms.
this.
Napinai.
Let me just complete. So all I'm trying to say here is that platforms need to evolve a process, one, to make a distinction between them being an intermediary
ma'am, I would say this. I would say this to you. Sorry to intervene here. And I'm saying this just to fellow Indians. Let Meta crash in India. Let Meta crash. If this is the will of the people of India, let Meta crash. Let them learn a financial and commercial lesson. That's the only alternative now, because they are trying to play victim, Brinda. They're trying to say, oh, these people are hiding among billions of our users. We are in a battle. You know, it's so difficult for us to catch them. It's all a lie. It's all a lie. Two separate American juries. Santosh Mehrotra, I want to get you in on this. Two separate American juries in the space of 24 hours in March 26 concluded Meta is the negligent party. But in India, they're trying to play victim.
Yes, in Los
Shazia.
Angeles and in...
May I speak?
Yeah, okay, Brinda.
Arnab, yes. After hearing everything that you have pointed out, with all the evidence and proof, why must we not ask Meta, Instagram, the social medias that are promoted by them, that Meta is profiteering from child sexual abuse, children in India, creating sexual predators. They are turning a blind eye, making all kinds of excuses, not even accepting that every child in my country and in every other country has a right to dignity and protection. And corporate accountability is not optional. It's a legal and moral obligation. And if they claim that algorithms amplify exploitation and they've not been able to find it because it is somewhere here and there, they have failed in that business of protecting children and promoting child sexual abuse. So it's not merely a technology failure. It is a child and human rights protection failure. Now, should children's protection not take precedence over profits, over clicks and corporate convenience, and making all of these statements, which are actually platitudes, where I am concerned? Because every image of a child sexual abuse coming up on any of those medias is evidence of crime committed against a child as per the laws of my country. And it is the job, the duty of the technology company to detect, remove, report, prevent such abuse. The platform must be held accountable. It is their systems that is promoting something like this.
But they're deflecting it, Brinda. So, Santosh Mehrotra, this is for once, I think you would say, the government is doing a damn good job. They've been very specific. They've given limited time for Meta to respond, right? And they're moving very fast. So this is something I'm sure you would agree is great work done by the ministry and by the government. I agree they need to do more. What's your take on things? Professor Santosh Mehrotra.
I just have two very simple points to make in this regard. Quite clearly, we know that for Meta, India is a very, very large market. We're one of the biggest subscribers to Facebook as well as to WhatsApp. And for that reason, they are making a lot of money on that account, as was rightly pointed out by ma'am and by others. If they are making a lot of money, then, that incentive doesn't go away. Now, of course, the law requires that they abide by our laws, but the incentive is still there. Therefore, ultimately, that brings me to my second point, that it just becomes that much more incumbent upon us to be more watchful. The implication is the following. Because I've worked on the issue of child poverty for many decades and child protection. There is an organization in our country called the NCPCR, the National Commission for the Protection of Child Rights, in accordance with the International Convention on the Rights of the Child. Now, it's important for us to appreciate that this is the NCPCR, the body, it's a commission, but it's pretty toothless. In many ways, somewhat as toothless as the Women's Commission. So what needs to happen is that the teeth have to be given, and the teeth implies in this sort of matter that they have the technical wherewithal and the human beings, the warm bodies, to actually monitor on a systematic and a consistent basis social
Sir,
media.
this comes under the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, sir. I think you're mistaken. This is not an NCPCR issue. NCPCR recommendatory body. But why would you not compliment the government for the harsh action being taken? You're saying let NCPCR get technical skills. You think a Ministry of Electronics does not have technical skills?
Let me respond since you've asked that complimenting now, because you're always fishing from me for compliments for the government. Let me just say the following. The government responded to a BBC revelation. The government didn't find this out. Be that as it may, it's a very good thing that the government did.
So you want to compliment, so you want to, instead of being clear about the fact and lauding the government for taking prompt action and stern action.
If you had not interrupted me, ma'am, I would have said exactly what you've just said. I am going to compliment. That is going to be my next sentence.
But sir,
you love to interrupt. I never interrupt you. Anyway, if you want to continue, ma'am, please continue. Otherwise, if you allow me, then I'll finish my points very briefly. My point was a very simple one. It's good that once the BBC brought the matter out, that the government reacted, and it has done well in doing that. And it needs to obviously bring matter to book. But all I'm saying is that since social media is very much the rage in our country, and we are an extremely repressed society in sexual terms.
Sir, please, sir, don't make this about Indians being repressed, and you just will. Why do you not just want to say that Zuckerberg is? No, sir, don't make it. No, Shazia. No, Indians.
Sir, you need to. While I'm glad you noticed, if we want to talk about a famous publication, but I want to tell you that the relevant Indian law that we need to look at, and not NCPR, is the Digital Personal Data Protection Act done in 2023. This is for privacy, but for child sexual abuse material and platform liability, there is already an Information Technology Act 2000, and this remains a principal law governing online intermediaries. So you're wrong on information and the legalities of this. Section 67B specifically criminalizes publishing, transmitting, browsing, downloading, advertising, promoting, or facilitating child abuse material. But that's something for you, sir, to ponder about and think about. So because we have these laws in place, we can take on this big tech giant. But the fact of the matter is that India is not a digital colony. We are not here, and every Indian parent wants to know as to why, if these meta companies are dangerous for our children, why should we allow them to get away?
No, essentially, Shazia, yes, Chirag, you want to come in, Chirag?
Yes. First of all, Arnab, thank you so much for raising such a sensitive issue where the other channels are talking something else. As a parent also, this is horrifying. I'm horrified what is happening on Meta. Yes, all of us on this panel agree that Meta should be shamed and they should be booked under the strictest laws. If the same thing happened with Cambridge Analytica, when they just took your preferences, the company was fined $5 billion. They have now stolen the identities of our kids. They have been put maybe morphed pictures or I don't know what all they have put on social media. Your team found 9 videos in 5 minutes. The government would have done the audit and they would have found thousands of videos. We may have hundreds of issues with the BJP. But on this issue, we are saying, please take the strictest action. They were fined $5 billion. They were called to the Congress committee. They had to answer. This time also they have to answer. They cannot run away. They cannot hide. Please, आप हमारे साथ मतभेद कीजिए. आप हमारे वीडियोस रोकिए. आप जो मर्जी कीजिए. But एक भी child abuse video should not be on the platform. If it is there, whosoever is responsible for uploading that also should be booked, because POSCO material, if somebody is even browsing, can be a co-conspirator. This beta can be a co-conspirator in this. So if you're saying then हमने summon किया नहीं और strict action होना चाहिए.
No, Meta is passing the buck, and I think Meta is saying when we get this material, we report it, right, to the law enforcement authorities through the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in compliance with applicable law. In India, in compliance with POXO, Meta ensures that such material is reported by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children to National Cyber Reporting Portal on behalf of Meta. This is such rubbish. This is a way of saying we will do nothing. We will allow it on our platform. If you point out that such material exists, then instead of doing moderation, instead of stopping this content to be there, if you point it out to us, we will write an email to a government body, completely washing their hands off.
They are the company and that is the channel through which the
organization that they have at least written a letter. If there is a video and you will report it also, nothing is going to happen. If there are a couple of hundreds of people who will not report it, at least nothing will happen to that video. It's your channel, it's a big channel, and that is why they have taken the pain of at least writing it.
No, they have put out because we put it on Republic Repeat.
Theirs is the channel through which this content is being promoted to everybody. They are the bridge. They are the channel.
To have a local
How can they wash
officer?
out their hands?
Where is
Our
the
children
local
cannot be
officer?
collateral damage in digital economy that Meta
Okay,
wants to
we'll take a few
profiteer
calls.
from.
Ankit Puri from Delhi. Ankit, hi.
Hi, Arnab. Arnab has been listening to the debate throughout, and first of all, the content is even live on Instagram as we talk. So it's not that the systems are not there. Systems are there, but Meta doesn't want to use them.
That's a good point. You see, Praveen Dikshit from Mumbai. Praveen? Okay, Venkatesh?
In a country where we have a non-existent and useless opposition, thank you for being very persistent on this. Now, 13 years back, there was a blanket ban on porn websites. 13 years back. I'm a big fan of our current government, but like surgical strikes, bulldozers, encounters, they should have shut the bloody platform down.
Why don't we shut it? Absolutely. I'll put Sohail, that's now emerging as one of shut the platform down. Let it crash. Let Meta crash. That's the only punishment they'll understand. What do you think, Sohail?
What will happen, and Venkatesh is right, shut the platform down. And the lady, the lawyer spoke very eloquently. The point is, we will follow due process of law. And the due process of law is, if Meta is given a notice and shut down, Meta has only one recourse, which is to go to the legal authority in India, which is the Supreme Court. Once that happens, it is very clear that they have violated sovereign rights of our country.
No court will support this, Sohail.
Absolutely no issue. And I'm glad that the ministry and Vaishnav and his colleagues have taken this step, because it shows that they are not going to be cowed down. As the gentleman from Aam Aadmi Party rightly said, this is not something that one political party can take a varying stand.
Yeah.
And this is not about political parties.
Yeah.
So I think the fact that you raised this issue...
So this time it looks serious to me. I mean, Meghna, the way the 7-day deadline has been given, the matter is being debated overall. I don't think this kind of statement will cut much ice with the government.
No.
So Arnab, the problem is that harm online, or the way bad actors act online, is that they will just move to another platform. In fact, we're already seeing that when Meta and YouTube started cracking down on their platforms, there was a diffusion. So you saw bad actors going to smaller platforms where there was a differential standard of content enforcement, which means that the content wasn't being taken down as strictly. And you see that today as well. In fact, I'm happy to share our dossiers that we have created for law enforcement, which we have shared with links on other platforms, where this content is very easy to find.
But Meghna, the fact is you are saying it can go from Meta, Insta to YouTube or some other platform.
Go any platform.
Any platform, any social media, any app, I agree with you.
So what I'm saying is that the threshold of expectation should be equally high for all platforms.
Yes, I agree with you.
Whether it is Indian, whether it is small, whether it is large, whether it is Meta, we cannot, if we...
I agree, but you got to start somewhere.
Platform, if I can just finish, if we focus on just one platform, we do this issue a disservice, we do children a disservice. We have to look at cyberspace as a whole if we want to solve for the problem of CSAM.
To that extent, I agree with you, Meghna. No, to that extent, I agree with you.
It is highly networked, and bad actors are constantly finding, constantly iterating in ways to...
Yeah, I fully understood your point, Meghna.
Yes.
I have a slight variance here with the logic that has been employed. When you hit the biggest player in the industry, everyone tends to fall in line. B. You're absolutely right about other platforms. But the point is, in order to wait for other platforms' action to happen, you can't not take action on Meta. So let's not make it about progressiveness. You have to do what you have to do right now. Whoever violates, shut them down. As simple. You send a very strong message. See, the idea is about the ministry.
I have an issue with the logic that Meghna was mentioning too, but for a slightly different reason. It is that, when you look at Meta, when you look at Instagram, these are all platforms which are being populated most. These are easily accessed. So if you're talking about this content going to something else like a rogue site, that does not have the same kind of user base as Meta or an Instagram does. So the harm that is done where you have a larger user base is much higher than in a rogue site.
Yeah, so it is also a reality here that these apps and those sites which are allowing this are doing it for revenue, Shazia. They are doing it to show the numbers. Right, so that they can go to an advertiser, say some FMCG company advertising on Instagram, they will say, oh, we have these many number of subscribers. The FMCG company will give them money. Now, tomorrow, if the FMCG company, the numbers were to go down, they would give less money. But there's a bigger danger now. If these companies continue to advertise on Instagram or Meta, knowing that it promotes sexual abuse material, right? Then what happens to the standards of, we won't put advertisements on toxic places, on places with bad actors, then those advertisers are promoting this content indirectly. Shazia, it's getting complicated now, but very serious. How far will the government go, Shazia? Is the government just baring its teeth, or is it going to bite?
When it came to Meta's WhatsApp privacy policy of 21, we're already in court. So much so that the Honorable Chief Justice has actually told Meta to get the act together, told them to exit. But on this issue, when it comes to matter of Indian children, I mean, you think anybody would want Indian government not to go ahead? And is there any way Indian government will not go all the way?
Ramesh Subramaniam calling from Chennai. Ramesh.
All the way.
Good evening. Irrespective of the action being taken by the government, you should put out an appeal on your TV channel for all Indians not to use Meta and Instagram for 2 days. That will be a big protest and show the power of the people.
I am already saying so. let Meta crash. That's the only response. These are not screenshots from the dark web. We're talking about a 2-year-old crying while being assaulted. It's not an issue of interpretation, Chirag. It's not like, Meta's a 4-year-old being groped. It's not like people are looking at it badly. A teenager being forced to sit on a 60-year-old man's lap. A morphed video of a minor titled 12-year-old. A father allegedly exploiting his own daughter. This is not dark web. These are videos and images that are running on Insta, on Meta, as of this evening.
Just to be clear, I'm not talking about the dark web
Let's
or
reach out to these.
sites.
Let's find out these people who are putting these ads first. Whatever action we are taking against
Exactly,
that's okay.
and that is
Let's
also
pick out these
defined to
people.
get data.
Let's make a test case for them. Let's give them the harshest punishment. That whatever platform you go, you are scared of pulling up that video. You're scared of even watching that video. Even if somebody has put it on any platform, you're scared to even go onto that video. They should be shamed publicly. That's all we are asking. Whatever action you're taking against Meta, please take that. But please also take the actions against these companies.
Okay, we have callers. Tapan Agarwal from Gurugram. Lots of callers on this subject, which is indicative of the way people think. Tapan.
Yeah, hi. I first would want to say to this lady called Meghna to stop having that smug smile on her face when she's talking about such a serious matter. It's really shameful that people like her are allowed to come on your screen and have such smug, smiles on their faces when they're talking about it. Not once have they denounced that this is absolutely crap what Meta's putting out. Instead of justifying the bloody process.
I'd just like to respond. I'm not talking about rogue sites. I'm talking about other social media websites where it is very easy to find really, really scary content. We run an investigative series where we have published about this. We are publishing one on self-harm content. I will share it with you, Arnab, and I hope you I hope you find it instructive. But the point is that if there is a standard, and we know that there is a standard on CSAM, it has to be enforced.
No, but when you make that argument, that is the kind of argument Meta is going to love, because they'll say, it is, or we will get away by doing nothing. We'll say, why don't you start with Twitter, with X, with YouTube,
I'm not
with the dirty influencers. Meghna, we've done campaigns against dirty influencers, but I want to ask you, where is that dirty content of dirty influencers being promoted if not on Insta? Then they'll say, people will say, somebody will say, then tomorrow by this logic, Ranveer Allahabadia will say, yeah, I did some dirty stuff, but, Samay Raina's show does more dirty stuff. He allowed me to do it. I was on his platform. One minute. By this logic, every dirty influencer will point at everyone else.
I'm not saying one at the.
It's not a relative scale.
The other.
Okay, we got a call from Thiruvananthapuram. Arun Raj is on Thiruvananthapuram. Let's take a few more calls. Arun Raj.
Good evening, Arnab. Nice that you have taken up this issue.
Thank you.
It's a very serious issue. It's a totally different. Ours is a civilization culture. We cannot promote all this nonsense, in the first place. And I know the government is acting on it, but if the government is not acting on it in the right sense, I suggest that everybody who uses Meta in India should boycott their.
Yeah, that's it. Everybody is saying Meta should crash.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a lot of people. It's an option people have to deinstall an app, to delete an app. It's a choice. Raj Kulkarni from New Jersey. Raj.
Thank you, Arnab, for taking my call. And you're doing a great job. Thank you. And also to the panel. I have one other question. While Meta and all of the social medias are doing all this nonsense, how many of these creators are prosecuted? There's a question of children on this panel, and it's not a joke. It's about children. And what are we doing about that? That's my question.
Yeah, it's a good point. Absolutely good point. Ms. Napin, I think he's asking for stronger criminal enforcement. That's absolutely right. Let Meta do its own thing. Let there be a round of arrests.
Absolutely. In fact, in 2020, during the COVID lockdown, when CSAM material increased drastically in India, we had an Operation Blackface happening in Maharashtra, where this kind of content was identified and prosecuted. And if I'm not mistaken, that at that point of time it was on WhatsApp. So what I wanted to come in on is exactly this.
Yeah, we have
to show stronger prosecution for people to have fear. If it's just going to be a notice or penalties,
no, it may not work. I'm with you on that. Last caller, Sanjeev from Delhi. Sanjeev.
Good evening, Arnab.
Good evening.
I have a different point of my take on this. I mean, what has happened with our judiciary?
Exactly.
I mean, why don't they take up such?
Why don't they take it up suo moto? Got the point, Ms. Napina. You know, that's a good point. The judiciary, appellate courts of the country, Supreme Court, all moment of vacations are over. Take it up suo moto. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a strong debate. We're continuing to campaign on this. We unfortunately find more material every day. And Meta will know in a few days what is the next course of action for them. But I'm happy the government is doing something. Let's see how far it goes. Ladies and gentlemen, privilege bringing the news to you every night. I'll see you tomorrow evening. Good night and goodbye.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Sir, what about safety from fire? Cable कौन सा लगाया है?
अरे केबल का क्या है, कोई भी चलता है.
यही चलता है, बाद में जलता है. 90% of the electrical fires are caused due to short circuit. Give lot of importance to consider fire safe cable. Ignamo, the fire safe cables from Ravi. Remember, business is safe if your cable is fire safe.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
पापा.
Sir, what about safety from fire? Cable कौन सा लगाया है?
अरे केबल का क्या है, कोई भी चलता है.
यही चलता है, बाद में जलता है. 90% of the electrical fires are caused due to short circuit. Give lot of importance to consider fire safe cable. Ignamo, the fire safe cables from Ravi. Remember, business is safe if your cable is fire safe.
पापा.
सॉरी यार, गलती हो गई है. ये चोट खर्चा वर्चा.
अरे लास्ट बॉल पे छक्का भी तुम्हारा.
छक्का?
सब कैशलेस हो गया है. हाँ.
ला भाई मेरा बैट. वो अभी तो ठीक हुआ तू.
अभी तो डिस्चार्ज हुआ यार.
बैट किसका है?
टाटा AIG है तो भरोसा है.
पापा.
सॉरी यार, गलती हो गई है. ये चोट खर्चा वर्चा.
अरे लास्ट बॉल पे छक्का भी तुम्हारा.
छक्का?
सब कैशलेस हो गया है. हाँ.
ला भाई मेरा बैट. वो अभी तो ठीक हुआ तू.
अभी तो डिस्चार्ज हुआ यार.
बैट किसका है?
टाटा AIG है तो भरोसा है.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to listen to a scream. A scream coming from across the line of control. A scream coming from the tortured, hungry and angry people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And I want to tell them tonight, that we are with you. I want you to notice the genocide that is going on in Pak-occupied Kashmir. Ladies.
All right, we have news coming in from the national capital where a building, 5-story building has collapsed in Rohini, and now we're getting to know that one person has been killed in this building collapse. It's a 4-story building collapse. four-story building that has collapsed in Delhi's Rohini, northern part of Delhi, where amid a heavy rainfall, the building collapsed and several feared trapped. 2 have been rescued. 1 person has been killed. And Republic TV is reporting from Ground Zero at Rohini, where this incident has happened. And viewers, NDRF, the MCD, Fire Department, the Delhi police are on the spot. During the rescue operation, a 42-year-old Ram Kishore extricated from the debris, shifted to hospital where he was declared brought dead. And we're getting to know more updates. We have Saurav joining us live on the broadcast for more. Saurav, tell us more details about this collapse, building collapse. Sarthak is joining us live. I beg your pardon. Sarthak is joining us live on the broadcast. Let's go across to him first. Now, what's the latest updates? Harsh. Harsh, tell me, let us connect with the reporters and he can start speaking on what's happening.
Check.
On the left.
Can we connect to the reporter and get us live?
Has been rescued safely.
We can take 1 hour. All right, Donald Trump is speaking right now. The NATO summit in Turkey.
But what he did to this country was incredible, including the fact not only the drugs, but he had people pour into the country from prisons. They opened up their prisons. They allowed them to come in. We're getting them out. We're getting them all out. But we have, with the Biden open border policy, with Kamala as your border czar. Remember, she was a border czar, but she never called Border Patrol, never once, and she never went to the border. The border was a disaster. Now it's fixed. It's fixed where we have nobody, and I don't do these numbers. 0 people come in through our border, through our southern border. 0. And that's been announced now every month for the last 12 months, 0. We had millions of people come in, under 25 million people, I think more than that under Biden. And they weren't people that you want, and for the most part, they were drug dealers. They were escaped from, think of it, all the prisons, and I'm not just talking about from South America, I'm talking about from the Congo, I'm talking about from all over the world. The prisons were emptied out. They were emptied out into our country. But they had the worst murderers. We had people allowed in our country that should never, and they walked in through an open border policy. And all I'm saying is that you're lucky we won this election. Yeah, please. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Iris Tao.
Who you with?
NTD
Why don't you
Television.
say your name and who you're with? It's always helpful.
Thank you, Mr. President, for doing this. Iris Tao with NTD, with a sister media with the Epoch Times.
Okay.
On communism, you've been issuing a wake-up call to Americans at home about the dangers of communism. And now you're speaking on the world stage. What's your message to people both living under communist and socialist regimes, but also people living under democracies like in Europe and America who might not have realized how close communism has come to home?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. But look, I want to get the word out because what's forming is communism in the country. And communism's easy to sell. I would be the greatest communist in history. I'd be right up there with Lenin. I'd be as good as anybody. You've got free rent for the rest of your life. What they don't say is that you'll be living in squalor in 12 months. You've got a free house. Would anybody like to have a free house? We'll take it away from somebody. We'll give it to you. You'll have murders all over the place. Communism's a disaster. It's been proven to be for thousands of years under different names, but same thing. It's very important. And, you know, it's funny. One of the reasons I do so well with Hispanic people, I set a record, Republicans. I get great numbers for the election, helped me get elected in a landslide. The Hispanics, because a lot of them came from countries that were essentially communist. You know, whether you call them radical socialist or communist is not that much, but there's a little difference. When they say social democrats, we're social democrats, it sounds so nice. It's not nice. It's a very dangerous term. So I do talk about it, and I talk about it on TikTok, and I talk about it everywhere. I talk about it here. And you're right, it has become international, but it's never worked, and it's not going to work. What is working is the United States. And think of it, we have more jobs than we've ever had. People are making more money than they've ever made. I'm talking about workers now. I'm talking about workers. They're making higher salaries than they've ever made before. It's just the best system, and it's got flaws, but everything's going to have a little flaw, but it's been amazing. And when I watch what's happening, and I see these lowlifes getting, I mean, they're lowlifes. I watch them. I know good people. I know quality people. These are essentially lowlifes. And when I see what they're talking, I think they're very dangerous in many ways. And I've said it, and then I said, boy, that's a pretty big statement. Then I realized, a couple of people said, I think you're probably right. I think this country, with this thing that's going around, is in more danger than it was during World War I, World War II. If you talk about September 11th, if you talk about Pearl Harbor, that was big danger. I think the concept of us going communist, because one thing that happens when you go communist, you never come back, never comes back. You die in squalor. You die a horrible death. You die in squalor, and it gets very evil and very nasty. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, Tyler Pager with the New York Times. Last month you said Iranian leaders were very rational people, nice people to deal with, strong people, smart people. Today you said they were scum, sick people, and being led by sick people. What changed, and do you think they're...
I got to know them. So I've said that about a lot. Now, when you say rational, I think they're much more rational than level 1, level 2. Level 1 is gone, level 2 is gone. This is level 3. I think they are more rational, but based on their actions over the last week or two, they're not doing a service to the people. And I think more than anything else is I got to know them. And I'm not sure I want to make a deal with them. We can play games, but I'm not sure I want to make a deal. Let's just finish the job. Yeah, please, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Mr. President. Steve Sedgwick from CNBC. The oil markets are up today, around about 7% for WTI and Brent as well. The world is taking you at your word, sir, that the MOU is over, that the ceasefire is over. What happens next, sir? Are we on the cusp of a full-scale return to full conflict?
Well, I'll tell you what happens next. We're never going to see Iran have a nuclear weapon, because that's much more important than the numbers you're talking about. The prices of oil are dropping like a rock. Now they'll be up a little bit, and this will end very quickly. We have an oil glut right now because we got all those boats out of the Strait, and it's going to drop, and I've predicted everything. I've been right about everything, and I have been for a long time. That's how I got to be president 3 times. That's how I won 3 elections. I did very well in the second one, won it. It was a rigged election. But I've been right, and oil's coming down. Now, I have to make sure of one thing, that we don't have lunatics having control over nuclear weapons. So we have that now. There's no way they have a nuclear weapon. We have cameras, as an example, on the site that those beautiful B-2s at 1 o'clock in the morning 10 months ago blew up. They blew it up. We have cameras, that's called Space Force.